did you change the password here or?
Famous password. Don't look at it.
Pedro Aguirre. That's what his last name was. Isn't that the back of number 5? Does that say Aguirre? Wow. AG. How do you say? How do you spell it? Aguirre. Aguirre. Couldn't stop the irresistible force. Leave it the same. Change with the leaves. Bringing in the change, bringing the old. Leave it alone. 10 minutes?
What are you guys commentating with me? We're just giving the tour to HTG.
I need a partner for the first game.
Nice, dude. What up? What's up here? I was gonna say, who we got?
Hey, dude.
Is that Rosa? Oh, what's up, Rosa? Rosa's gonna be here this weekend. Right, baby.
Is Bailey here?
No. He had to work all weekend.
So that means your daughter's not here?
No.
That's too bad. I brought mine.
Oh shit, you did?
She'll be here tomorrow.
Oh shit. I thought about bringing Carson, but we're going to the training camp.
All right. Are you a leader or will you follow? Are you a fighter or will you cower? It's our time.
Take back the power. I guess I am because she just said, "I'll give you the steer." I'm like, "Well, shit, I guess I'm sitting." Nice, dude.
Barbara hates when I play this song. I play it all the time.
Really?
Yeah. I try to get Duda to play mosh pit by putting her in a cage and showing her how to throw all her toys against the walls and shit.
Oh my god, dude, that's amazing.
And I put on punk rock and we just throw shit.
I love it, dude. I love it. Multiple directions. Well, all the members will be here this weekend. Oh, bro, let's go.
Multiple directions?
Multiple directions? Our band?
Oh.
You're the lead
Oh,
vocalist,
yeah,
guitar,
dude.
I'm
I
the drummer.
forgot about that. Oh my gosh.
We had
dude, we actually should put on a live performance maybe at the banquet.
Hell yeah. No, dude, I'll just tell them how I want to pick up my bass guitar. You know, I'll sub in.
Slapping the bass.
You want to go check out more? No, let's do it.
believe so. We got checking eye shades right now, but yeah, Darius is a young talent. He's got a throw on him. He's very much an up-and-comer. I'm excited to see what he has this weekend for us.
So starting for the Omega, Cusco, John Cusco wearing the number 7, Alex Williams John Cusco wearing the number 8 rather. Alex Williams wearing the number 7, Darius Matthews wearing the number 9. Starting for the Fuego, we have Axel Cox wearing number 8, Ali G, as he prefers to go by, wearing the number 7, and Pedro Aguirre wearing the number 5. 45 seconds until we kick off here. We got 2 gyms running. I do not know about the live stream situation in the other gym. I know that there might be one, but it will not have commentary. However, every game in here will. So tune in here, see a variety of men and women's games throughout the weekend.
Well, we're definitely set for an action-packed weekend. I mean, amazing teams here. Omega, guys from BSO, Philly Jones, New York, ECA, and the list keeps going. That's why I love this tournament so much. Some of the best competition of the year, especially in the school, Texas School for the Blind. It's a great floor. A lot of action will be going on.
Yeah, and it looks like we're missing like a lot of people. Apparently, there was a flight delayed in Houston, and like half of the tournament is supposed to be on it. So we'll see how that goes.
It's been crazy weather here in Austin. Not such a sunny day, but yesterday and today, tornado warnings. So hopefully everybody makes it in here safe.
Looks like Omega's going to start with the ball. I think we're not doing coin tosses here. Table left is starting with the ball. That is awesome. They've been doing that up in Canada. It's awesome. We did it out in LA. It's awesome. It makes sense for a wide variety of reasons. I know that they're testing it internationally and should come to a conclusion about it by the summer. Ball started in center. John Cusco throws from center out to his right. Getting dropped into Ali G. Ali G playing left wing. Axel Cox on right wing. Pedro in the center. Ali steps into his gap. Drills a goal across the face of John Cusco and past Alex Williams untouched. 1-0 Fuego. Alex Williams starting on his left. Alex didn't even look like he moved. That goal just scored on him. Axel from right wing. Blocked by Alex Williams, retrieved by John Cusco, who starts in the gap, takes an angled approach towards center, hits the center. Quick return from Pedro, but out of bounds. Darius for his first throw of the tournament. He almost gets one back there, but Cox had his foot out. He's able to retrieve the loose ball at back center, stepping to right wing. And now, because it's a team penalty, the Omega gets to choose who will defend the penalty shot, and they've chosen number 7, Ali G, who is on his feet in front of the front line. John Cusco starting on the right. He throws the ball out at the post.
Good job, my man. Axel.
I actually don't know if you can verify that that's true. Ali G from back center. He fires another one off of the legs of Darius Matthews and up into the goal. 2-0. Now, Allie telling his team to calm down. Alex Williams from left wing. He's saying, guys, don't get too excited. We're up 2. It's only a minute in. John Kusku blocks it, retrieves his rebound, passes it back to Williams. Williams with a shot at his near side gap, blocked out by the center. Hits Matthews. Backs into the goal. Spin. Fires at center. Quick return. I think our serves have become slow. Getting dropped into Cox on right wing. Ball thrown down the line. Blocked out by Williams. Yeah, which one of us? Alex Williams from left wing. Bounce ball that pretty much clears the Fuego center to put Omega on the board. Situation figured out. Thank you for the feedback, everybody who's watching. For now, bear with us. We'll press on. That ball's blocked by Williams. Retrieved by John Kusku. Makes some noise near the left wing that sweeps back to center. Throws a choppy ball that hits Axel Cox in the gap and ricochets into the goal. And tie game now. 8:55 to go.
Wow, looked like we had someone out of position there. Sorry, it wasn't paying almost attention trying to sort this mic situation out. But
Am I just too close to the mic? It sounds good now? Okay. Ali G from left wing. Fires down the line at Matthews, blocked out. Now Matthews from right wing. Full cross court shot. Cox is there waiting for it. He uses the sideline to his advantage, and now he gets to wait for the ball to be dropped in. Cox with a spin throw that hits Alex Williams. Rebound retrieved by John Kusku, who starts his throw at back center. And he throws at the corner, blocked by Ollie G. Ollie G backs up to the net. And he fires at Alex Williams, blocks the ball forward, retrieved by Kusku, and passed back to Williams. Williams loses the ball. Slipped right out of his hand there. Scores Still 3-2 Fuego with 8 minutes to go in the first half. Ollie G moving into center, going after Williams' corner, but throws the ball out of bounds.
That late whistle was too long.
John Kusku from center, and he throws the ball out to his left. Axel Cox from right wing. Blocked out by Alex Williams.
They go slowing the pace down a little bit here, trying to remain calm.
Still a very long game, and you know, my prediction is we will see the floodgates open sometime in the second half. But so far, these teams have been both playing pretty solid. Probably the Fuego more so than the Omega, who still looks just a little more flat than the Fuego does.
Just a little squirrely at the beginning. It'll be interesting to see how it looks going into halftime. I feel like usually you either come out, swinging at the second half, or sometimes your momentum gets crushed by it. So it'll be interesting to see how they take that.
John Kusku with a quick return and catches Ali G getting back to his spot. Was a bit late getting down, and Kusku gets a goal out of it to tie it up.
Never try Kusku in a quick pitch battle, my friend. That's a losing proposition.
Ali G starting on left wing. And that's a penalty. A long ball is called. A long ball is when the ball does not touch at any point in the landing area. And the landing area is the 6 meters of center section of goalball court. John Kusku throwing it from left wing. Keeps it in bounds this time, and Omega takes a 4-3 lead.
And I think this is going to be where you really see what Fuego is made of. So you give up a lead, especially with so much time left, and being a younger team. I think that we may start to see those floodgates open a little bit right now, but hopefully they can get together, take a deep breath, and reset.
We're taking a quick break here. They're going to repair the court a little bit.
Some of the best staff at this tournament. Refs are amazing. All the volunteers that get out here are always great.
Yeah, a lot of people who work here at the school also volunteer their time to help out.
It just keeps getting better every single year. I mean, if you play goalball, really, you got to put a team together and get out here.
Well said, Wellborn.
Thanks.
You can come out here. You can try to win $2,000. You can try to see if you can score more goals than Josh Wellborn. Win $250 for doing that. Not scoring more than Josh, but scoring more than the high goal scorer. Looks like there was a penalty during the court repair for something. Oh, no, you know what it is? It looks like Jefferson Palacios, who is on the Omega but wasn't there on the bench. It looks like he has arrived. I think maybe he had some transportation issues. And they chose Kusku to defend. Ali squeaks it just past him, and it's tied at 4. No, I think that he just arrived, maybe some transportation issues. They would rather take the penalty and put him in a position to be able to play later in the game. Yeah, so that's what they were penalized for him entering the field of play.
They paid the price for that one, but hopefully it doesn't matter to them.
And maybe we can talk about it at halftime, but I'm not sure that they did it the right way.
Yeah, that was kind of sudden.
Alex Williams throwing from left wing. Really nice shot.
Great elevation on that ball.
And a good block by Pedro in center. Getting dropped into Cox on right. Moves to the left gap. Throws across the body of John Kusku, who picks the ball up at the high ball line, takes a step backwards, and throws it quickly out of bounds. Thanks for the feedback, Chris. I told Wellborn to get closer to the mic so you guys can hear him better.
Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to blow out your eardrums on accident.
Darius,
Let me know if that's better.
thrown from right wing. Blocked by Fuego center. Handed off to the left wing. And he throws, stepping into center and across the face at Alex Williams. Blocked forward, retrieved by John Kusku, who moves the ball from left wing back to center. Throws the ball at center, and it is blocked out. We are approaching the beginning of the second quarter. That would be the 6-minute mark of this first half at a 4-4 tie. Ali G from the gap. And he hits Darius in the chest. Matthews from the right wing. Full cross court. Blocked by Axel. Axel takes his time, spins. Perfect straight gap to gap shot. Alex Williams just got a toe on it. Blocked it over to Matthews on right wing. Now he spins to throw the full cross court. And Cox just gets a hand on it.
They are, by the numbers, really attacking Alex Williams over here. And it's proven to be quite effective. They just got to, keep hammering that home. Across the face, gap to gap. It's all over the place right now.
Ali taking a lot of reps. He's coming over and getting the ball, taking it back to center to throw it a lot like he just did.
This floor has so much action on it.
John Kusku now throwing from center. And he hits Axel. Axel Cox from back right wing gap. Hits Alex Williams. It does beg the question if it is intentional that they are hitting Alex so much.
I mean, relative to Darius is on the other side, huh?
Correct. Alex Williams with another really nice cut gap shot that gets deflected out of bounds at the goal line.
And it's those kinds of shots that cause havoc that make a team sweat. Really need to zone that in.
Axel Cox from right wing. John Kusku gets a hand on it, taps it towards Darius. Matthews from right wing. Full cross-court shot out of bounds.
It's a little bit hard to see for me up here, but do you feel like Kusku is leaning more towards Darius' side maybe, and that's exposing Alex Williams a bit?
No, I think that it seems like Ali G is moving from left wing to throw from right wing as much as possible and just attacking that general area of the court. It's John Kusku, rolls Alex Williams to center, throws the ball, a choppy bounce ball down the line. Axel Cox gets a hand on it, but it still scores, and it's 5-4 Omega. Alex Williams is staying in center now. Axel Cox taking the ball.
Wow. That was a deceitful one right there.
That was
the kind of ball you let go, and they don't even know where it's going.
There's a lot to unpack there, including potentially a missed high ball call.
It did seem like it was a bit high, and they give it right back. So, as we say in goalball, sometimes the ball don't lie. And maybe the goalball gods were shining on the Fuego right there, or on Omega.
As they say, the ball don't lie, right? The ball don't lie. All right, everybody's under duress. There's a little bit of chaos. Let's see if Omega can kind of get this game back on track. Darius Matthews from right wing. And that ball's blocked out by center. Ali G from right wing. It's Alex Williams who rolls Kusku back into center. Alex Williams from left wing.
Hey, no apology necessary for the comments. We appreciate the feedback for the audio.
Absolutely. We want this broadcast to be the best it can be. This is the first game. We know there's always going to be issues, so we appreciate you guys sticking with us so that we can, provide you the best stuff that we can throughout the weekend. All right, with 3:26 left, the score is 6-5 Omega. Ball's getting dropped into Alex Williams on left wing. Alex throws a ball that hits Ali G, who is now playing right wing. They've moved Axel Cox to left. And potentially, as Ali G throws and hits Kusku, maybe this is because Ali wants to play offense on right wing. Kusku throws a ball that Cox has a difficult time defending, but as he sort of rolls around, he keeps it in front of him and then really rips a hard cut gap shot off that John Kusku blocks out of bounds, getting dropped into Matthews. Matthews with the spin throw hits the center. Dumped off to Ali G, who moves to the left side now. It doesn't seem like Ali G likes to throw from the wing that he's playing defense in. It really seems like his default is to sweep and throw from somewhere else.
Honestly, against a team like that, I would do the exact same thing. Honestly,
Of course, as I say that, Ali stays in place and throws down the line, out of bounds, getting dropped into Alex Williams, but taken by John Kusku, who moves into center.
let me know if you can hear me a little bit better now. We switched some cables, so and a goal.
That was some interesting shuffle step by Kusku, and then he threw from his center to the right gap, scores untouched. And now we have a timeout. Fuego scores 7-5, and the clock is still running. We definitely want the clock. Stop the clock! Yo, stop the clock!
There we go. Stop. Take it back to probably what 2:15.
I mean, if I was reffing, I probably would.
Okay, so we're all good over here. Thank you for the feedback.
All right, out of the timeout, Ali G starting from left wing. And he throws the ball out to the right. Ball starting with Alex Williams on left wing. And he throws straight down the line. Good block by Cox. Cox from right wing. Rips one to John Kusku, who spins. Now that was very impressive. Let me see if I can describe what just happened. He just blocked the ball at the front line, stood up, spun sideways.
Yeah.
To his right and released it, like almost in place. He used the motion of his spin laterally to the side, released just about at the high ball line, and threw a gap-to-gap shot. That was a really nice shot
with some great spin on it.
And Ali G attacking Darius, who was able to get a hand on that, off his hand, off the post and out.
He's coming for him.
I don't know how any goalball commentator could possibly describe in real time moves like that Kusku does sometimes.
I mean, and that's why he's a great player. He keeps you guessing. I mean, how do you explain stuff like that?
Axel Cox from right wing. He spins, throws down the line at Alex Williams' corner.
Hey, always happy to do commentary for you guys, and we'll have a much broader cast of characters for you this weekend too. So stay tuned.
Yes, Josh might even come back. We don't know. We'll see how much we like him compared to everybody else, and then we'll decide. You know, the thing about coming and doing commentary with me is it means you're not playing. So sometimes that sucks, especially if it's Sunday.
One of the special parts about this tournament, at least this year in the format, is that first seed gets a bye. So if I'm lucky enough to end up in that bye spot, then another goal.
As Kusku, full sweep from right wing to left wing, throws back across the face of the center, and scores untouched. Tell us more about that tournament at halftime. We're at 45 seconds.
Yeah.
until that point, with Omega starting to pull away, 9-5 now. And John Kusku throwing from left wing. Ali G has moved himself into center, and we have Pedro on left. Ali G with the quick return, though, and he really surprised Matthews and Williams with that one.
Never count them out, man. Never count them out.
John Kusku taking the ball back to left wing. Blocked by Ali G, who just goes quick pitch from his spot again.
Almost
Ali
has him.
is putting 110% of everything he has into this game right now. I don't know if I've ever seen this dude play this hard.
It's the greatest I've ever seen him play. I would agree with that.
He really is playing out of his mind on both sides of the ball for his team. He's already played every position, too.
Man, he is moving. It's a beautiful thing to see. You love to see a dynamic player that is making a difference on his team like that.
9.7 seconds to go in this half.
Keep an eye out for Ali MVP, baby. You never know.
Alex Williams says he has a full 10 seconds because of an official's timeout. But there's only 9 seconds left in the half. Alex Williams thrown from left wing, straight down the line, out of bounds. Half a second to go. So looks like we're going into halftime with Omega leading 9-6. Now, there's been some rule changes for anybody who's been out of the goalball loop since last season, or maybe you're just a casual fan. But one of those changes is that halftime is now 5 minutes long, which means you get to listen to me and Josh talk about stuff that maybe you think is interesting, maybe you don't, for 2 minutes longer than you did last year.
There you go. Look, if you're not into it, take a bathroom break. You definitely have plenty of time. Get a snack, come back. But going back to talking about our tournament format that we have here at Cinco this weekend, like I was saying, first seed in your pool gets a bye. We rarely see that in goalball, if ever. And that's why I think you're seeing this game be so much more exciting than I think a lot of people would have anticipated. I mean, can you really see 9-6 score starting this game?
No, actually, I'll tell you, I am a bit surprised that the Omega has given up 6 goals. However, when I really stop and think about it, it doesn't really surprise me. Ali is a really strong thrower, and Darius hasn't played with these guys yet, so they're still going to be, trying to figure out their positioning with one another and, how they want to attack particular plays, et cetera, et cetera.
Absolutely.
Brianna, the next game is, so I'm just getting it here. Looks like Fuego and Rampage. And I believe that's a women's game, right? It's the women's Fuego and the women's Rampage. Sorry, there's okay, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it should be. ECA Rampage. And the men are just ECA, so that's how I know. Gotcha.
There we go.
All right.
We got Josh Schwartz in the chat. Shout out.
Wellborn. We'll ask the chat.
Hey, we got a question from some guys downstairs. We got some mics in the net, which is also a great feature, but can y'all really hear much of the action down there on the court?
Yeah, there are microphones on the nets, so maybe we'll pick up some cool like timeout huddles or something like that. Hopefully.
I was about to say maybe you do, maybe you don't want that. I guess it depends on your position in the sport.
But going back to what Josh was saying about this tournament format, just to be really clear, if the 1 seed in a pool has a bye, that means that the 4 seed doesn't make the quarterfinals. So on the men's side of the tournament, we have 8 teams, 2 pools of 4. And typically when you have a full set of quarterfinal games, so 1v4, 2v3 crossovers, it sort of makes pool play completely meaningless. You're just playing for ranking, but you could lose every game in pool play and still make the quarterfinals.
Absolutely.
So now, with a format like this, it makes pool play matter a lot. You can't get last or you're out of the tournament. And if you do get first, then you get that sort of perk of not having to play a quarterfinal.
Oh, I mean, as a player, that's honestly like for weeks before this tournament, that's really all I've been thinking about is how can I get that first seed? Because at least in the Manacor schedule, if we get the first seed, we're done after our 11:30 a.m. game tomorrow, and we don't play till 9 a.m. on Sunday. Like, yeah, I mean, I know it's pretty easy to figure out, but that's a huge leg up, not having to play that extra game and having all that time to recover. So, hey, we got Davion in the chat, man. What's going on?
Davion should be here.
I don't know what he had some rockets to start.
And then they all his teammates with Josh Wellborn when they won the under-19 World Championship together.
Near it. Yeah, on my left foot. I'm going to go behind you. They're like
17.
What a time to be alive. Probably one of the most fun tournaments of my life. There will be more. This tournament's one of the most fun times I can recall, but oh man, Davion knows what I'm talking about. They're saying that they can hear a little bit. It's a little bit muffled there in the net. They can hear the ball really well, but other than that, it's a bit muffled. Again, thank you guys for the feedback. We really appreciate that. Again, maybe the muffledness in the net mics might be a good thing. So we might want to count our blessings there.
Yeah, that's true. There's been plenty of live stream scandals and goalball tournaments before.
It wouldn't be the first time. Probably won't be the last. To be fair. See, and this is a testament to how long halftime is. We still have what?
38 seconds.
38 seconds. It's such a long.
Then they're going to have to listen to me describe the tournament format 35 more times this week.
Yep. That's it. So, hey, stick around. But no, it's definitely different. And I think that's why you're gonna be able to tune in almost every single game in pool play this tournament and see a barn burner. But for this second half, we got to see can Fuego come back? Can they lock it down on defense? Can Ali, pull some tricks out of the bag, keep scoring? Take advantage of the lack of chemistry that Omega is exhibiting a little bit right now.
No roster change for Fuego, but a roster change for Omega. Out number 9, Darius Matthews. And in, I'll get you this number in a second, but Jefferson Palacios, I believe. Let me find this roster. All right, Alex Williams from right wing. Teams have switched ends of the court. As you are viewing it, Fuego will be on your right, Omega on your left, as Ali G throws the ball from center at the left wing's corner. Left wing. Throwing straight down the line, blocked out by Cox. It's like Jefferson's wearing number 6. Axel Cox, full cross-court shot out of bounds. Alex Williams from right wing. Spins. Gets popped up by Ali's feet in center and finds its way into the corner of the goal behind Axel Cox.
Rate the pushback.
Cox from right wing. Hits Cusco in center. Cusco retrieves his own rebound. Backs up to back center. Spin throw. Throws the ball out of bounds. I really don't like it when guys do that. Block the ball, retrieve the ball, and throw the ball. Especially when they're running back to the net. It's a bit different in a quick pitch. But when you're blocking it forward, running and getting it, and then running all the way back.
And time. You don't have to do it. I mean, you have 2 other guys there that should be standing up ready to rock.
And that ball's thrown out of bounds in a full cross-court shot by Palacios. Pedro from left wing. Hits Williams, blocked forward, picked up by Cusco. Cusco from Williams' sideline. back to center. Throws back across court. Buries it in Pedro's corner. 10-6 Omega. Excuse me, 11-6 Omega.
Starting to see the Fuego be a little bit sucked into the gaps there. I just got exposed in the corner a little bit. I call a noise penalty on Fuego. A little bit of a slip there.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard crash into the ground. I think that was a good call.
I just don't know how to feel about, if it's a slip on the court, if it's a wet court. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I mean, I understand the need for the penalty. But at the same time, it's a sport for the blind. I can't see that spot on the floor. If I slip, it's not intentional.
Oh, and Cusco throws a penalty shot. Ollie gets tripped up by it, and it just leaks into back center after it takes him off his feet. That's really disheartening.
It's
being so close to blocking. A goalball court is really big, and the fact that you even make contact with a penalty shot when you're blocking it is already a gift from God.
You did great, and to let it trickle in. I mean, to get a second chance like that is rare. You got to go and jump on that ball if you can.
And Ali back out of center. Pedro back in. Axel from right wing. Lays that ball out of bounds.
Sounds like
I get what you're saying about, it's a sport for the blind. Like, you're not intentionally trying to fall and make noise, but you're not intentionally trying to throw a high ball either, but you still get penalized when you do it.
And that's fair, but they call official timeouts to do things like fix the court, wipe the floor. Especially if it's so flagrant like that, maybe they call it a dead ball.
That's true. If it was because of a wet floor, it sucks because it's like,
it's hard to say.
That shouldn't have happened, blah, 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 and the ref should have done a better job, but at the end of the day, you can't go back and change anything. So.
Of course.
Ali taking the ball from the left wing's gap, throws straight gap to gap, and it was a perfect shot past Palacios, who was in center, just off of Williams' toes, gets right in between the two of them, hits the stanchion. That's how you know it was a perfect gap to gap.
A little bit of contact and right into the goal. Laced it.
A little three-hop bounce ball.
Trying to come back with an answer of his own.
And a quick return, and another quick return coming from John Cusco. I thought maybe he was going to go one more time, but couldn't trap it. Cox from right. And that thing's going out of bounds. Full cross court.
To see Cusco do things like a quick pitch, especially when you're up in a game like this, every point matters for sure, but what do you think about, especially being in a lead like this, conserving some energy? It's a long tournament.
This ball's in from right wing, picked up by Ali. And a perfect sweep and reverse cut, as we call it, into John Cusco's corner. That's going to be a pretty damn hard shot to defend there.
I mean, as a player, we always say, look, if you're ever going to give up one, let it be that one,
Just the reverse cut, as we call it. For those of you out there, when I say reverse cut, what I mean is the reverse of a cut gap shot, as we say. As Jefferson's throwing from left wing into center. Blocked by Pedro. Handed off to Cox. And Cox throws one and gets blocked by Williams. Hands off to Cusco, who's going to throw from right wing. Cut gap shot is a shot thrown from the sideline to the near side gap, like you're trying to cut it right through those two defenders. So a reverse cut is just from the gap thrown toward the corner at that same sort of angle. Ball gets blocked by Alex Williams in center. Both these teams, like everybody on the team has played every position. You never see that anymore.
Never happens. I mean, and honestly, I think we need to see more of that. We need to see more versatility.
A lot of people think it's more fun, but a lot of people don't think it's fun. Ali almost buries another
This
one in
guy is
Cusco's
playing
quarter, posting out.
out of his mind today. Man, he must have got a good nap before he came to the gym.
I talked to him in the locker room before the game, and he seemed like really high energy.
Oh,
Good shot
man.
by Palacios, tipped up by Pedro and Cox both, and into the back of the net. Goal for Jeff, 13-8. Ali's trying to get one back on him, but Palacios keeps it in front of him, winds up. Full cross-court shot out of bounds.
Davion says he was sad he couldn't make it this year, man. We definitely are too, my friend.
Cox hits Williams in center. Pass back to Cusco. Throws from right wing. Choppy bounce ball blocked by Ali. Ali thrown from right wing. Hits Alex Williams in center. Williams. Pass back to Cusco. Cusco buries Cox in his corner.
Right down the line, man. That was just a matter of patience, I feel, you know.
And Cusco, people say things about him because he used to not be as strong, and people were impressed by his throw.
Right.
But last year he won the scoring title at this tournament.
Yep.
And that was with some heavy hitters here.
Absolutely.
He is an offensive threat in a very big way. And, when we get the stat line at the end of this game, Omega has 14 goals and there's 6 minutes left to go. Cusco could legitimately end this game with 15 goals himself.
And that's the thing is people don't give enough credence to how many different shots he can throw and also how many different places he can throw it from. He's a weapon.
Cox from the right gap.
If the only thing you look at in a goal ball throw is velocity, then you don't have the full picture. And I think no one demonstrates that better than Cusco.
Yeah, the way I like to describe it is there's a difference between being a good thrower and a good scorer.
Absolutely.
And there's so much that goes into actually being able to score. Velocity is one of many, many, many components.
Been saying it for years, brother.
Alex Williams from back center. Quick return from Pedro back to Alex. Gets past him, but Jeff and John, they're both on it. Full cross-court shot thrown out of bounds. Ali G sweeps to right wing, but throws the ball out of bounds to his right. And we're in the fourth quarter, 5:40 now. So what do we always say, right? Teams always let games get away from them in the fourth quarter. That's when you see like the big breakaways happen. That's when you see the mercies happen.
On the contrary, though, you also see teams blow themselves up in the fourth quarter because they get relaxed. I mean, think about last year at this tournament. New York up by 3 with 49 seconds left. Anything can happen on any day in goalball.
Man, that was a great game. I encourage anybody who loves goalball to go back and watch the semifinals and finals from this tournament last year. And Cusco sweeps to the right wing, throws a full cross-court bounce ball, and scores. Make it 15-8.
Seemingly scoring when he wants to in this game.
And it seems like he keeps finding Axel. Yeah. Axel was on left wing when he got scored on, then he moved to right wing, and then he got scored on there.
Do they
and
have
sometimes
like eyes on the bench over there?
It just goes that way. It's just not your day, like it's like a magnet to the ball. Ali trying to sweep and hit the corner again, but throws out of bounds.
You're right. It's just inexplicable sometimes. Your number just gets pulled, and you can't block a ball, and it hits you in the stomach sometimes.
I mean, I think that the amount of variance that exists in goalball is much higher than people sort of get it credit for. I think you're not in control of a lot more
Right.
than you think.
In goalball, it's definitely better to be lucky than good a lot of the time.
Cusco from right wing, across the face shot, blocked by Pedro, who's on right now. Axel's gone back to left. Ali in center. Hits Alex Williams. Blocks it out. Jeff hits center. Ali from center. Out of bounds to his right.
Shout out to the gymnastics mats, saving us a ton of time in this tournament from running and chasing balls that go out wild.
Number 6, Omega. Left wing. Full cross. Blocked out by Axel Cox.
That was the 9. It was a perfect 9. You just got to finish the bottom. Keep going, Jared.
Josh Schwartz says,
Okay.
Basically, doesn't seem like it's far-fetched for New York to fall apart.
Right now, Alex Williams actually talking to the New York guys off the court. I don't know if y'all can hear that. He says that, good luck, boys. It's a swamp down here. And so I feel really bad for the ladies that are about to play out here next game.
Lake Travis ain't got nothing on this goalball court right now. That Texas heat, even though we got some good AC in here, it can get a little swampy down there. So, you might want to bring some flippers.
So how should this be handled? You were talking about this earlier in this broadcast. They should be wiping a lot, right?
I think it needs to be a regular part of the process. I mean, every timeout, every major delay,
Every major stoppage.
Yeah.
Any official timeout, any sub, any
Absolutely.
timeout, wipe the floors.
I mean, why not? It's a major safety issue, and especially on a floor like this. I don't know what it is, but certain gym floors, they just hold the sweat and the oil a little bit differently, and this one in particular gets extra slick when it gets saturated like that.
Yeah, it looks like they got towels on the gymnastics mats. So I'll go down there after this game and tell all the line judges.
Like wipe whenever you get an opportunity.
Mhm.
Also, I mean, again, everybody's getting in here too. Also, the rotation of volunteers and refs this weekend is a bit scattered, so we'll get it into them.
Cusco hits Ali. Ali moving to back center.
Why doesn't Ali have pads? Because he's an animal on the goalball.
Actually, Axel doesn't either.
Man,
And
some wild boys.
I actually talked to him about that last year,
Really?
and he looked at me like I was the crazy one.
Yeah, I wish I could play with like a shirt, shorts, and maybe some elbow pads.
Ali and Axel have no knee pads, no hip pads. Oh no, I lied. Axel has knee pads.
Okay.
Oh wow, but Ali doesn't have elbow pads.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, maybe Axel had a turn of heart. Maybe I got to him last year.
You got through to him?
Yeah, maybe I did.
I mean, someone's got to do it. Look, he's young. Those knees ain't gonna last forever, though. He needs to protect them.
Ali's sweeping around to the left side.
Ooh, Ali finally.
You know
gets
why
caught
we
up
just
to.
both went ooh? I think because he scooped it.
Yeah, that he lifted that one. For
You want to
sure.
take it?
Because that was like the lowest to the ground long ball.
Laser beam.
Cusco thrown from left wing. Hits the gap in front of him. 16-8.
The ball did not lie on that one either.
Cox hits Darius. I'm sorry, I didn't announce when the substitution happened. They took Alex Williams out and put in Darius Matthews. He just threw a nice shot at the corner of Axel Cox. And Cox right back at Darius. He's going to kick that one forward. It's going to be a ball over. Ali sweeps it around center and throws it out to his right, which is something that, unfortunately for him, he has done a lot this half. Sweep to center and throw out of bounds.
You got to make every possession count. And I know he's just trying to go for a corner, trying to make something happen, but I mean, can't score if it's not even on the court.
Nice cut cap shot by Axel, picked up by Kusu, who does that sideways movement from front line to high ball line and throws a gap to gap shot again.
That is a nasty move right there. And the fact that he can get it down unpenalized, I mean, you can tell he's been working on that.
The ball got set down out of bounds by Jeff Palacios. Is that how you say his last name? I hope I'm saying it right because it's fun to say it.
If someone wants to hit us in the chat with a phonetic spelling.
Palacios? All right, dropped in John Kuska, and he's going to sweep into center and hit Ali in center. Oh my gosh, we just saw a through the air goal ball pass from Ali to Axel Cox just now. Ali.
Oh my
God. That is the first time I have ever seen that in my entire life. And followed up by an Ali goal on Palacios in the 2 or so. 2:03 to go, 9-16. Oh my goodness.
That was recorded.
Ali was running backwards as Axel was also running backwards. He tossed the ball to Axel. I think he thought he was near the goal. And it just landed into Axel's hands like a wide receiver, dude. He was like Dante Culpepper and Randy Moss out there.
That was truly incredible. I don't know if we'll ever see that again. I hope we do. Just under 2 minutes to go.
Palacios from center hits Ali, who is also in center. Ali hits Matthews in his feet. Matthews on left wing now. Did start on right wing, so that's cool seeing him play both wings in this game. Axel Cox, the ball on left.
Yeah.
Blocked out by Matthews.
Start to hear Cusco a bit more. He can taste victory.
And as Darius was trying to grab that ball that was dropped in, he knocked it out of bounds, so they called an official time, and they're going to drop it back in again. Darius with the ball on the goal line at center. Nice shot straight at Ali. Darius going to be playing center now, so he's in every position. Ali hits Cusco on left wing. Cusco's ball gets blocked forward. Hits Darius in the back and rolls back quickly toward the goal, but Cusco saves it for a second time. Throws a choppy bounce ball at Ali in center. Ali hits Palacios from right wing. Hitting Pedro. Pedro with the quick pitch, choppy bounce ball down the line. 33 seconds to go. 16-9 Omega. Palacios hits Ali. Ali, quick pitch, blocked by Matthews. Matthews. Spin throw, hits Cox in the armpit. Cox winding up, spinning, and hits Cusco in the face. Cusco's going to line up for the last throw of this game. Rips one into center. And that will do it. 16-9 Omega.
What an exciting first game.
Yes, and I think surprisingly exciting for a lot of people that are fans of this tournament. To answer the question in the chat from Tashim, when does New York play their first game? And that is going to be at 6 p.m. local time. So I think 7 o'clock for you if you're out there in New York. It's going to be the Empire against the Rattlesnakes here in the main gym to close out the night.
That'll be a great one to finish the night out with. Will the New York boys have the patience to not party until the evening's over? Or will they show up for everything? All right, everybody.
Only time will tell.
This has been Josh Wellborn. Thank you for having me. I hope to be back. Rate me in the comments, and I'll let Boyle decide. But I'm going to go get ready to play my game. We'll be facing off against the King Cobras versus Manacors here at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Yep. After this next game.
After this game.
I'm going to go try to find another person to sit in the booth with me, preferably somebody who is a women's goalball expert, fan, connoisseur, something. So I will be back.
Go with some water. So you did get some water. Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Can I get a whole yum?
Whoever's ready, come on out. If you need assistance,
Yeah, we are, but I'm helping with that.
Yes. Did you like doing that mic check, Faith? Was that pretty sweet?
That was pretty sweet.
Hello, everybody. We are back with a women's game between
All right.
the Fuego and
And the New York team?
is it the New York team?
I think
I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at rosters and the schedule here. It's the ECA Rampage. Okay, sorry, ladies. So on the Fuego, we have. Maybe you can help me with some last names here, Faith, because I don't have a full roster. But Yatsiri,
That's Siri Castillo.
Sarah,
Sarai, or is it Sarah? Is Sarah or Sarai?
just says Sarah
Okay,
here.
so it's going to be Sarah Lichler.
Okay, and then Keisha.
Keisha, she is Holmes. Keisha Holmes.
Okay, cool. And Michaela Hernandez.
Okay, good.
Wonderful. And I'm not sure who's which number. Do you know their numbers?
I do not know their number.
We do have.
Maybe Keisha might be 3, but don't quote me, or maybe that's Yatsiri.
We're going to figure this number situation out as the game goes with Faith and I putting our heads together. For the ECA Rampage on the other end, we have Raven,
Oh, I know her.
Rebecca, Esmeralda, and Masum. Sorry, I have incomplete roster information, so I don't have the last names for everybody, but we're going to do our best. We'll try to use numbers and just try to make this work for y'all, okay? Now, Faith is a goalball player for the Texas Lady Rattlers.
Yeah, let's go Texas.
So she is here to help me out and give her expert ladies goalball opinion.
You guys, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to try to do my best, all right? FMPZ on the mic. I just want to say that.
Yeah. All right. It looks like we are starting with a delay of game penalty, and I think it is on the ECA Rampage.
Oh, so ECA. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the reason that it was called is because they were not all out on the court for eye shade check at 45 seconds.
Okay.
Or excuse me,
Hopefully
90 seconds.
Hopefully Yatsiri will be throwing this one.
Is Yatsiri the best thrower for the Fuego, you think?
In my opinion. But I don't know Michaela, so she might be good too.
Okay. This looks like a short, quick player. Wearing number 3. And that's a ball thrown straight down the line.
Castillo, let's go. Number 3.
That's a 1-0 lead for the Fuego, and there is not even any time off of the clock. Okay. And don't get too excited, Faith. It looks like the Fuego committed the same delay of game penalty and now are going to have to defend a penalty shot of their own.
So that is horrible. What is going on with everybody? Get yourself to the court.
All right, number 1 for the Fuego is going to be defending here, I think. And Raven rips that one, and she's going to get the goal right back.
Oh, well, 1-1.
All right, so
no
we
time
wasted
on the
5 minutes before we started this game. Starting this game tied.
Lady Rattlers, I hear that. We are not doing that.
Maybe these girls made a deal to pad each other's stats so they make sure none of the Lady Rattlers can win the high goal scoring.
Maybe. Oh, we got Tim over there. Yeah, okay.
Who's that referee? I don't think I've seen him
So
before.
his name is Tim. I don't know his last name, but he comes to practice every Wednesday and practice ref. He's a good ref.
That's awesome. So much great goalball stuff happening in Texas. So yeah, Siri throws this ball from her sideline. Looks like we have a Raven is playing in center.
Oh, Raven got a pass.
And then was that Siobhan on Lockhart on left wing? That's what the jersey says. Either way. And she is wearing number 12, and she rips one past the Fuego center. Oh, and this is very cool. the left wing for ECA wearing the number 12.
Mhm.
You and I were talking earlier. I said
Yeah,
anybody
the
gonna have
double
any
digits,
any
yeah.
numbers higher than 9? And that is a rule change here as you got Siri uh, lines up on right wing to throw. Okay. Official timeout clarification.
What's happening over
Good.
here with Fuego? Okay.
Couple things to say. A couple new rules. One of them being that if a referee calls an official's timeout clarification, they have to announce what they are discussing and clarifying now. You
Okay.
can't leave anybody in the dark. If it's specifically for a clarification of something and the
Gotcha.
refs go and meet in the middle, they have to explain to the coaches and to the crowd.
Okay. Okay.
So we know now that was clarification, and then he just said, I didn't hear a whistle. That's why he stopped the game, as an example of how that rule works in practice.
Okay. Okay. Good to know.
But it's great. It's just added transparency for the referees and between the referees and the players, and I think that's always good. Siobhan Lockhart from left wing.
So whoever that is that Shay who just threw that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she has a good bounce throw.
Yeah, she's been playing goalball for quite a while out there in New York. And that ball's
Let's go Fuego!
thrown straight down the line by Fuego, right off of the fingertips of the right wing for the Night Owls. Why does the schedule say ECA Rampage? But
Oh, and they got it right. Oh, I thought they got it back. Okay. Okay.
that was a close one, Faith. That was right down the line, posting out. The ECA Rampage, they're the Rampage on the schedule, okay, but their jerseys say the Night Owls, and they're all wearing the same jersey. So
Well,
who are
that's
they?
confusing. I don't know who they are.
Their Night Owls jerseys look sweet.
Huh.
Full cross court shot by Shea.
Oh, that's okay. So who is their coach? Is that Black over there coaching them?
No,
No?
that's a Kelvin from Maryland.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Shea from left wing. She hits Siri, who blocks it out of bounds.
Okay.
Lines up to throw from right wing. Full cross court shot.
Okay.
Blocked and being taken from the gap. That was a nice hard ball. Posting out.
That was a pretty good ball. Come on.
Number 1 from Fuego. Hits the center. Blocked by number 5.
I really need to learn their numbers.
Pass to number 12, Shea. The thing is I don't.
Who's center? What number is that?
Number,
Fuego.
on the Fuego, it's number 9.
Number 9. You sure?
Could be.
Usually she plays center, so.
Yeah, probably then. So Shea's taking it from left wing. It's the center.
Okay.
Maybe the check can help. I have to check.
Okay.
That ball thrown straight into the corner, but blocked as a ball over. And hey, ball over, you lose your possession, but it's better than her.
Yeah.
Oh, I see, guys. Thank you, chat. The Maryland players are on the bench. That just so happens that the New York girls are out there right now, so that makes a lot more sense. Thank you.
So New York is playing?
Well, no, they've combined with Maryland to make the ECA.
combined.
The East Coast Alliance is what ECA stands for, I believe.
Okay. That makes sense.
So this ball gets dropped to Shea. Game's tied 2-2. 8 minutes to go in the first half. Hard ball thrown at the center. Blocked, picked up, one-step throw. Gets the right wing to get sucked in. And as she gets sucked in, the ball goes just past her wrist. That was the center.
Center, number 9. got to figure out these numbers.
And the center takes one straight to the face on that one. But hey, at least she kept
She's a
it out of the
soldier.
goal, right? Is she one of those players that just takes absolute beating and doesn't complain?
If it's Tisha, then that's a no. That's a no.
I'm getting a little nervous that they're going to have a head-to-head collision. That
Who called that timeout? Was that number 9?
that was I'm not sure who actually said the words timeout there, but it may have been. It looks like number 9 needs to get her hair back together. It fell apart.
Who is number 9?
Well, it fell apart as in like it was like braided together and now it's like all loose.
Oh, okay.
And now she's tying it back up.
So I don't know who. I need to know this. Okay.
Wait, I can see her last name.
Okay.
Almost. Okay, for number 1 is Holmes.
Holmes. That's Keisha. All
That's
right.
Keisha. Okay.
Number 1 is Holmes.
And then number 9's last name starts with an M, maybe?
Oh, we're doing good. The new one, Michaela. What's her name? It's on the roster.
Uh-huh.
You said it. Martinez. Is it Martinez?
We're going to find out.
She's a new girl.
Michaela Hernandez, and then
Hernandez.
Sarah.
Sarah Litzler, but she's not here.
The back of her jersey looks like it says Miriam.
Miriam. I got nothing. What are we doing?
Yeah, right now we are just doing an eye shade check. All right. So we know that number 1 is Keisha.
Yep.
And
number
Keisha
3
just
is-
threw.
And number 3 is
Yatsiri.
Yep.
Raven chasing the ball down, but it's going to be a ball over. You know, most people don't agree with me, but I think people should just let the ball go and don't even try to chase it down a lot more than they do.
We definitely practice getting the ball in practice when we hit it and it goes forward.
Right wing for ECA. Moves into the gap, but throws out of bounds. I just remember coaching one time in Lithuania against Lithuania, and they just sat there and blocked like every ball over for like the first 3 minutes. They didn't even throw, and then they just stomped us.
Oh, that's weird or different.
And they're just like, they just settle in and then drop bombs. That was a pretty quick
Lucky.
shot.
That was supposed to sound like.
Yeah, it went up off of Keisha's feet and then hit the top crossbar and came back down in front of her.
Lucky Fuego.
So do you feel like when something like that happens, do you feel like it gives you a lot of momentum?
What do you mean?
Like, who do you think has more momentum right now? The Fuego or ECA after that tip up doesn't end up in a goal?
I think maybe this one over here, ECA. Is it ECA?
Yeah.
Yeah, ECA, probably ECA, because I think Fuego is probably nervous, like, oh my gosh, that was close, or whatever, something like. That's what I think. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
You're understanding it.
Yeah.
The reason I asked it, I think sometimes it could be interpreted it in the other way too. Some people may say, oh, well, the Fuego, they lucked out. They were supposed to get scored on, but they didn't. So now that's like momentum in their favor.
Okay, I see what you mean. I mean, I guess I could see it like that, but I don't know.
Yatsiri, full cross court shot through the arms of the right wing.
Let's go, Fuego!
4-2, Fuego, and
Oh,
the Fuegans holding it down for the Texans.
Oh, wait a minute. So Fuego, we have 2. Or Fuego has 2, right?
Fuego's got 4.
Oh, we're winning. Let's go, Fuego! That's great. Okay, so going back to your momentum play.
I think we've exasperated it.
I'm a little biased. Only because I know them. I don't know this team over here.
Hey, Faith, Denzel says hi. He's in the chat.
Is it Denzel Washington?
Nah, it could be. I don't know. Does Denzel Washington go by No Look Gamer?
I have no clue who that is. But hi, Denzel. Who is Denzel? I'm thinking. With a goalball? I don't think I know anybody in goalball. But hi, Denzel.
Denzel's out in the East Coast. He's part of the He's in Maryland, I believe.
Well, hi, Denzel.
Dave Perez also says, "What up, Faith?"
I think I know him. Hi.
Your fan club's showing up, Faith. That's what's up. I knew it was smart bringing you on here. All right, Shea lines up on right wing and rips one across the face of the center, past the center, and then past Yatsiri to make it 3-4. And we're just starting to enter the second quarter of the game with 5:56.
Yeah, y'all need to throw harder than that. There you
So
go.
there's a substitution for ECA. They took their right wing out, who had been giving up at least a couple of those goals, and moved Shea to right wing, and put the new player in on left wing, who is wearing number 7, I believe.
Okay.
But I will confirm that.
Nice, good job.
I'm sorry. The player who's been subbed in now is wearing number 9, and she throws a really nice shot across the face that scores untouched. So 2 goals thrown across the face, one by each wing, both scored practically untouched.
Crazy.
Oh, Faith, Denzel says that you were his mentor years ago in Atlanta for convention.
Hi, nice to talk to you again or see you again. I hope you're well, Denzel.
So Yatsiri from right wing. Tied 4-4 now, so that was really quick, man.
It is.
The
Yeah.
Fuego. Want to talk about momentum now? I think it's safe to say that ECA has it now.
Yeah, for sure. They got it. They're like, okay, we got 2, we got 4 now. Let's go.
So, still a lot of game to go.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're Fuego, you just got to shake it off. You started this game tied. You're tied now.
Yeah, well,
Just
Fuego
keep
does.
grinding it out.
Fuego's also playing with a pool player. So first time playing with this person. The Hernandez, Miss Hernandez, I think.
I think she's trying to block the ball with her face.
Oh.
This is incredible. Those bounce balls, she's just sliding over it, and it's almost like she's heading them like a soccer ball. It's impressive. She's just getting pounded in the face by those bounce
I'm not
balls.
interested in that. If I get hit in the face, I'm crying like a
Oh,
little
it's
baby.
Rebecca for Vecca.
Oh, Rebecca. From where?
Rebecca is the left wing for the.
Which team will we
yes,
okay,
I believe.
Gotcha. All right.
And that was like a curveball thrown by
That's a
Yatsiri.
banana.
What number is MB? More blessings on Fuego.
Oh, I don't think she's here. But I don't
You don't
know.
think she's here?
I don't think she's here right now.
Could that be the person who's in center? We don't know who it is.
Maybe. We still didn't figure. I thought we had established that might be the other new girl. I don't know. Fuego.
When I asked Faith if she would help me do this game, Faith said, "I only know the Fuego."
But I lied. Apparently, I know 2 people from the Fuego. I forgot that they brought on all these new players. So more blessings. I know her, but barely because I worked here at the school for 4 months, so I was a residential instructor. So I know her, but she's not here.
And that was another nice shot by Shea, thrown from right wing across the face, popped up by the center from Fuego, and it's 5-4. And now they're taking a timeout. So with 3:30 to go, ECA has finally taken a lead. They've mounted the comeback.
It's 5-4, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 5-4.
5-4. ECA Rampage is leading. And Josh Schwartz, you asked what time the Johns play tonight, and they've had travel issues, so I think their game has been rescheduled. And so I think they play at 5, but they're not playing in this gym anyway, so you don't get to watch them.
So they don't have commentary in the other gym?
I don't know if they have. Well, they won't have commentary because it's such an intimate environment. There's really no place for a commentator to be without disrupting the game. But they, I think, are working on putting together some type of a live stream in the other gym.
Well, they opened up the rec, so I mean, technically they could sit way behind the people, I can't think crowd. I can think.
All right, we're starting back up. That was actually, I think, a really smart timeout by the Fuego
Fuego, yeah.
coaches. They didn't hesitate. They finally gave up the lead. They're like, okay, now's the time. We need to regroup, re-strategize. Not that the wings for Rampage have switched. Full cross court out of bounds.
I need to take throwing lessons from the New York girls.
Yeah, those girls can launch, huh?
Yeah, they can throw pretty good.
Rebecca, she's a lefty also.
Interesting. Okay.
Ball's getting dropped in to Yatsiri. And then pass to the center for Fuego, number 9. Who almost sneaks one past Raven's hands, but she pushes it to Rebecca, who throws across the face. It's popped up again, rolling towards the corner and out of bounds at the post.
Oh, that was super close.
Unbiased commentary coming to you all weekend.
I am the worst, y'all. Well, now you guys know me, and you should get to know me so I can cheer for you. So.
Raven commits a high ball penalty.
Let's go, Yatsiri. Launch it. Okay, I'm sorry. Hopefully, Yatsiri
219. All right, so there's 2 things that Yatsiri needs to make sure she doesn't do here. She needs to make sure she doesn't throw a penalty and that she doesn't throw the ball out of bounds.
Yep.
If she doesn't do those 2 things,
she could do it. All right, come on, girl.
She's a pretty good chance of scoring. She's starting from left wing.
Left wing, let's go.
She's going down the line.
Woo! Let's go!
Goal Fuego. Tied 5-5.
Let's go, Fuego. I'm not biased. I'm just from Texas. Let's go, Tim. He's being all official and stuff. So Tim, he found goalball because his nephew played in some tournament, and he came to watch his nephew, and then he just wanted to figure out how he could get involved, and he's been coming out ever since. That's it. That quick.
That's so sweet.
Yeah. I've never met his nephew.
That's actually hilarious. Shea starting from right wing.
Oh, yeah.
Right out of the stoppage.
Dang.
We see goals get scored so often out of long stoppages.
For sure.
That was off Yatsiri, who had been moved to center. And number 9, whose hair has become so untangled now at this point that she looks sort of like Cousin It from the Addams Family.
I wonder if she wants to let me braid it. I would braid. I play beat baseball as well, and I typically, for people who have long hair, I braid their hair.
Well, her hair is in braids. Her hair is in braids, but it's just like she had it tied up, you know, and it has come untied. Yeah.
Okay. In braids, so that gotta be more blessings there, right? I don't know who this is.
Keisha from left wing, and she hits Shea in the chest. And timeout, ECA. I think they're going to be playing in a shot.
All right, so it's not Keisha, because Keisha has her hair in a puff right now. So some person who happens to be black, I'm assuming, has braids looking like Cousin Ed. Is that what it is?
Well, the cousin is a bit of an extreme example. I was just trying to paint a picture of the hair falling down in front of the face.
No, I get it. I have braids. My hair does that too. So if I don't keep it tight, it will 100%. And I'm hair everywhere. It's very annoying.
Yeah, Lady Kuma and Dave Perez both say it's MB.
MB, it is? Okay. So more blessings. Let's go.
Is a couple of great initials, MB.
Yep.
Some of the greats with the initials MB. More blessings, Matt Boyle.
Let's go. I wonder if she even remembers me.
Shea from right wing. It's full cross court shot right under MB's armpit.
What is happening, Fuego?
Man, you got to kind of hand it to the coaches for ECA because there have been goals after the last 2 stoppages. And if there's any time to credit the coaches for goals, it's those times. Rebecca from left wing.
Oh, good.
Blocked out.
Y'all chill, ladies.
Rebecca from left wing.
Rebecca has a really good throw.
Yeah, and she placed that very well across the face of the center. That was Keisha. Hit Shay straight down in front of her. 45 seconds in the half. Shay across the face. Yet Siri got there that time. And she kicked it all the way over to Keisha. Backs up to the net. Fires at Shay. Shay takes her time.
Come on, Shay. Yeah, she can throw really well.
Yeah, definitely. She spent some time on Team USA a few years back.
Okay. Well, that makes sense then.
Right wing. It's Siri. Do you know that she has like a curveball?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
does.
she doesn't have braids. She has twists.
Oh, really? Oh, who? You talking about
That's what Shadon told me about MB.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So okay. So she
Sorry.
has twists, but her twists are long, right?
The thing is I don't really know much about girls' hair yet because my daughter doesn't have any. But in a couple years, I probably would have known that.
Okay, so she has twists, but her twists are probably long, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Right wing at Siri. 5 seconds left in the half, and there isn't going to be another throw. We're going into halftime 7-5.
Let's go, Fuego! Don't follow in the men's footsteps.
So the format for the women's tournament, I want to discuss it.
Let's do it.
Because we discussed the format. We discussed the format of the men's tournament at halftime of the first game. So there's 6 women's teams in this tournament, but it is not one pool of 6. It is 2 pools of 3. And similarly to the men's tournament, there will be pool play. The winners of the pool will automatically advance to the semifinals. And the 2 other teams, the second and third, will play a crossover quarterfinal. And then the losers of the quarterfinals, they'll play like a placement game against each other so that everybody gets to play at least 4 games.
Okay.
But yeah, so you're going to play either 4 or 5 games.
Oh, well, it looks like I think 4 of our games is going to take place tomorrow since our game today got canceled.
Wait, your game got canceled today?
Our game got canceled today. The Honeybees are having some delays with their flights because of the weather over there. So they're not going to get in until like 6 o'clock tonight. They're probably getting in like right now. So they weren't going to make the 3 o'clock game. So they had to reschedule our game until tomorrow. So it looks like we're going to probably play at least 4 games tomorrow, at least. Maybe. And I might be wrong. It might be 3, but I think it might be 4.
I think that if you, well, let's take a look. Are the semifinals on Sunday?
I think so. I know our first game tomorrow. When I say hour, you guys, I'm talking about the Lady Rattlers. So Lady Rattlers' first game is at 9:30, and then I know we have 11:30. That's going to be the game that we use today.
You could play just 2 games tomorrow.
You think so?
You could play your 2 pool play games, win both of them, and move to the semifinals that you play at like 8 or 9 a.m. on Sunday.
Okay, well, like hypothetically, let's say we lose both of our games. We're playing.
You'll play a quarterfinal. No, so then you just play 3 games.
Okay, so just 3 games. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna hope for the best, and I'm gonna say, Lady Rattlers, let's go. We're gonna do our best. I don't like to talk noise until after. Unlike the guys, they talk noise during. I don't talk noise during.
Well, in this setup, you guys are going to make the quarterfinals no matter what. So worst case scenario, you lose both. I love talking bracketology with goalball tournaments. So worst case scenario, you guys lose both your pool play games, right? you'll be crossing over against the second place team from this pool right here.
Okay.
So that the ECA is looking pretty solid. I don't know what the Johnettes are looking like.
We'll watch
So
them.
it remains to be seen. But it seems like I've seen all of you guys play a little bit. I'm no expert on your progress though, because I see y'all play so seldomly. But I think that you could probably win a 2v3 quarterfinal against a potential Johnettes, Fuego, or Rampage.
Yeah, we're gonna hope for the best, of course. Like I said, we don't really talk noise until afterwards, so we're gonna do our best. I mean, we practice every week, twice a week, and we were working really hard. We practice against the guys, so we're used to blocking really fast balls and hard balls, but that can also work against us because we'll be used to something coming fast, and then it's a little bit slower with the women sometimes.
Totally. Don't the
so-
guys ever throw slower against y'all?
Sometimes, and then when they're mad or bored, then they're like, "Oh yeah, I forgot."
I think it's I used to coach a lot of co-ed practices, and what I would see is and I'm not saying every guy would do this, but I had guys that would, if they were starting to get creamed, it was time to start
Yeah,
throwing
ramp it
at the
up,
ladies,
yeah.
time to start beating up the first timers, so that they can win the games in practice.
And so some of the guys they will throw slower, and then we have so many guy players. Some of them throw harder than others, so they try to put like a little bit more equal match. So they'll put some guys who don't throw as hard as like Will or Zach or something, something like that.
I mean, look, goalball defense is about timing.
Oh,
And
for sure.
if you are practicing timing against speeds that you will never see in games, then how is that helpful?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So they do put the guys who don't throw as hard, so they do slow it down quite a bit. But we don't have that many females in Texas goalball, unfortunately, and we should have more in Austin, but we don't. We don't. So we have us four, and then we have potential players, but no, everybody doesn't come to practice.
You guys have a lot of great stuff going on up here. I say it all the time. I sound like a broken record, but it's pretty great what's happening
That's all
in
Will
Texas.
and Zach and all them was happy. Yeah, eating.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry, Faith. You're
Okay.
just a guest commentator.
Okay.
You don't get fed like the
Oh,
staff
got
do. You have to
it.
go eat with the players downstairs.
Okay, well, I'm commentating.
Ha ha.
They could have said, "Hey, Faith, since you're commentating, you get some food." They could have said that. They could have. See how they do me, y'all? You see how they do me?
Okay, we had
We're
some
not friends right now.
halftime substitutions.
Oh, who's?
It looks like they have taken out Raven, number 5,
What?
and put in number 2. If the chat can help me with who's number 2 on ECA Rampage, that would be awesome. Looks like Rebecca is playing in center, and she launches a ball from center into the 1, into the corner to start off the half, and immediately asks for an eye shade check. Number 1, that was Keisha. Yep. And Rebecca asking for an eye shade check, while number 2 throws the ball out to the right. So here's another thing that maybe people don't know about rule changes. The referees will no longer take the ball away from you during an official's timeout, even if you're the team that caused the official's timeout.
Okay. I don't know all of these rules. I'm primarily I play recreationally, I guess. So I haven't played that much as an adult, so I don't know all of the rules yet. I'm learning.
You mean you don't like to read the goalball rule book for fun?
No. I'm a beatball player at heart. I mean, so.
Wow, that was a rocket that hit Keisha in the face. Tipped up off of More Blessings' arm. Shay from right wing.
So Shay is still in the game.
Yep, Shay's still in. We had a Raven was taken out at that
Okay.
sub.
Okay.
Keisha from right wing. Hits the
You
center.
better be careful with that stump. They're gonna call noise on her.
Rebecca throwing from center. That was Keisha again from right wing. Hit the center. Pass to Shay. Shay from right wing. Throwing across the face. Hits more blessings. Hits Keisha.
Oh.
Goes out of bounds. Yet
Nice.
Siri flying over from left wing to help out if she's needed.
Nice.
It went out of bounds, but no. MB throwing from center out to the left. Shay throws from the wing, hits the center. MB throws back at Shay, out of bounds.
More blessings. She has a pretty good throw. I mean, it's not as good as like Ravens or Shays, but it's not bad.
I have never seen Rebecca really play before
Okay.
that I can remember anyway. But
Don't
she's
Rebecca-
kind of impressing me. Being left-handed, you have an advantage in goalball because left-handed players score more than their right-handed counterparts for some inexplicable reason.
The only Rebecca that I know in goalball is from Arizona. I don't know if that's the same person or not.
No, it's not the
Okay.
same person.
Okay, so you know who I'm talking about? I
Yeah.
think it's Rebecca Lane. I think so. I think so.
This Rebecca's from the East Coast, I believe.
Okay.
And she throws at Keisha. More blessings gets in front of it. Keisha hits Rebecca. Oh, Mausam, am I saying that right? Is number 2. Thank you, chat. Thank you, shit on.
How do you say it?
Masam, maybe?
Okay.
Mausam.
Oh, with the M. I was totally saying it wrong. I was saying it with an N. So, Masan, maybe?
Masam. From left wing to center. 9 minutes to go in this game. Score is 8-5. ECA Rampage in the lead. Shay on right wing with the goal ball. Takes a couple steps and hits Yatsiri with a bouncy ball at the end of her wing line. She responds by throwing out of bounds cross court.
Was that Yatsiri that threw that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
That was something she's been working on whenever she comes down to practice with us, trying to keep it in more.
Are all these Fuego girls from San Antonio?
No, that's what I was saying. So more blessings. I'm not sure where she's from, but I know she's not from San Antonio. They're like she's like a pool player, and then it's another one. I think Hernandez or Martinez. Maybe the name is Michaela or something. Not from San Antonio. So the only ones who are from San Antonio is Keisha, Yatsiri, and Sarah. Those are the only ones. Everybody else is from somewhere else.
Goalball. Oh, Masam. Thanks to thanks to Sheen. I appreciate it.
Oh, she just said it. Masa? See, Masa.
Masam.
Yeah, Masam.
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 Okay. Rebecca from back center. She hits the center.
Ooh. Put it down, Fuego.
Keisha thrown from right wing. Hits Rebecca in center. Shea from right wing going full cross court. Keisha just gets her feet on it. Sounds like Michaela's out of Colorado and MB's playing at Arizona.
Okay.
Rebecca throwing from center. Hits MB, pops up. Keisha's there somehow. You know, these Fuego ladies, they have really gotten so many loose ball saves in this game. Keisha just trying to get rid of it quickly. Back to Shea from right wing.
So if I start watching goalball, I'm gonna start watching Shea. I like the way she throws.
You like her style?
I do. I like her style.
Did you say if you start watching goalball? Israel, the score is 8-5 with ECA Rampage in the lead.
Yeah, I said if because I'm the worst at watching sports. Like growing up, I would play sports, but I didn't really like watching it. And then I got heavily into basketball, and then I stopped watching it. So it's really hard for me to sit there and watch somebody play. Oh, I don't know. It's weird.
I
I'll
hear
try.
you.
Even with beat baseball, even with beat baseball.
Hey, and look at that. Yatsiri
Let's
keeps her quick pitch in, and she's able to get it to ramp up off of a leg down there by the Rampage, and now they're within 2. Rebecca steps to her right, but hits more blessings in center. Masom from left wing. Hits him. Throws the ball that hits Yatsiri. She's going to quick return. Blocked by Rebecca.
I'm fangirling.
That was almost an own goal on the pass. Shea was able to save it and then just gets rid of it. Sometimes that's the best thing to do when, bad stuff like that happens.
Yeah.
You might have time, but you're just under duress. Keisha, full cross court shot. Blocked by Masom. Touches her wing line. Takes a couple steps to her right. Throws, hits the center. And a quick return. Back at Shea. Shea blocks out. 5:12 to go. 8-6 is the score. ECA leading. Shea starting with the ball on right wing. That was a nice choppy ball blocked by MB.
See, I want to throw like that.
That's the kind of ball you like?
Well, just power. I have power. I just don't know how to throw the ball well. So I want lessons.
Gets Siri from right wing. Shot into the gap right in front of her. Masom just gets her feet on it. Then throws back cross court. Blocked out of bounds by Keisha.
Good job, Keisha.
Keisha from left wing. Hits Rebecca in center. Rebecca backs up to the goal.
Yeah,
Throws from
Rebecca
center.
has a good ball too.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah, she has a good ball too. Yeah.
Yatsiri throws it out. Gets dropped into Masom. Hand it to Rebecca. Rebecca throws from center. Hits MB.
Hmm.
3:57 to go in the game.
357.
Man, the Fuego they're still within reach.
Yep. You guys can do that. Let's go, Fuego.
So with 3:57 to go, Fuego down 6-8.
Which is not
They-
that bad.
No, they've just called a timeout. They're setting up a shot here, I think.
Mhm.
What would you do?
In this situation,
Yeah.
set up a shot and hope for the best. Keep playing defense, and we got to get in those gaps, man. That's what I would do. Focus on the gaps or the line shots. That's what I would focus
What shot would you tell him to throw?
on. I would probably say try to hit a gap like 2-3. Well, not 2, but maybe like 3-4, somewhere in there. Am I saying that right? Or was it 6-7, something like that?
Yatsiri throwing from her wing. Hits Mossum.
Let's see. What I'm thinking is Fuego. They, in my opinion, I think they need more power to get past this New York team. That's what I think. Like they're gonna have to hit hard enough, just like what happened last time. They hit and then it went over their leg. They need that, something like that, something with a little power.
Yeah, or maybe just some more action on the ball.
What do you mean?
I mean,
Like more quick pitches or something like that?
no.
What do you mean?
I mean, like, you ever taken a basketball and then like spun it really hard towards you and just let it fall on the ground and
Yeah.
then it bounces,
Wherever,
into you,
yeah,
right?
uh-huh.
Yeah, or wherever,
Wherever.
depending on what direction you're spinning it, right?
Uh-huh.
When you throw a goal ball, you want that action to be going toward the defending team as a thrower, so that when it does make contact with the body, it rolls up over it.
Mm.
Or skips up over it, or bounces up
something,
on a
yeah.
weird way. Yeah, that's what we call it, putting topspin on a throw.
See, and that's what at least the Rattlers. Some of us have been asking for like people to teach us stuff like that. I have my people who are telling me that I have a good throw. You have a really good throw, babe. You have a good throw, but I only have one throw. I need more than that. I want. How do you put action on the ball? How do you do this? And maybe I don't know if Fuego knows.
Do you have big hands?
No, I don't think so.
You need pretty strong hands for sure.
I
If
have
they're not
strong
big.
hands. I have strong hands, not big hands though.
Rebecca fires one out of the timeout. Almost gets it tipped up by more blessings, but you know what they say. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Thank you, Mr. Bender. It's my freshman English teacher.
Oh, see, I was totally thinking about the Breakfast Club when he said Bender.
And New York ECA had taken out Mossum, put in the girl who had started on right wing, and she just committed a penalty. Yes, and Fuego's throwing the penalty shot. And she was able to get her hands on it just able to get her hands on it. Really nice save. She ripped that one.
That's what I'm saying. That's
She
a good
blew
ball.
it right by it, right past Keisha.
That was a good ball. And like you were saying before, like what good is it if you're playing against someone who's playing, like if you're playing against girls against guys, it's not realistic, right? I think that's what's happening with San Antonio. They don't have any females to play against, so they only play against the guys. And the same thing for us too, but at least we have more guys who don't throw the same, and some of them are willing to slow the ball down a little bit,
Yeah. I wonder about training against the high school boys.
Do we have? Oh, they can't. Oh, that's a rule. The high school players can't play with the adults, so yeah, we can't do that.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, back into the game. Keisha has the ball on left wing. The score is 9-6. ECA is leading.
Oh, I thought that was a goal. It sounded like it.
2:25 to go. Rampage rip one off. but it's blocked out by the foot of Keisha. What's happening? Equipment check.
Oh,
More blessings.
okay.
Eye shades. Well, she's been using her face in a very strategic manner this game, and I'm telling you, she doesn't look like she gives a you know what
Oh.
about getting hit in the face. It's really awesome to see. To be
I
frank,
do. I love my face. I would like not to get hit in the face.
blocked by more blessings.
But I also wear a mouthpiece. I'm a wimp.
Quick
I wear a
return.
mouthpiece, all that.
Rebecca, just under 2 minutes to go.
Come on,
Has the
Rebecca.
ball in the left gap. She throws a full cross court shot, blocked by Yatsiri. And Yatsiri in the back left corner. Blocked by Rebecca. Dumped back off to the right wing. And thrown out of bounds. Actually, the call was blocked out.
Okay.
90 seconds left.
Come on, ladies. Oh, let's go, Fuego!
And
7, 8.
a small lapse in focus seemed to send a ball between the feet of Rebecca, who really has been playing a very nice game in center this half so far. It's a 2-goal game. Rebecca trying to get it back, and she nearly does. That ball was out literally at the post. If she had kept it in bounds,
Mhm.
also it would have scored. Yatsiri was giving her that corner.
Mm.
Ball blocked by Shea. Shea on left wing. 1 minute to go. Hits more blessings. Hits Keisha and
No!
scores.
It's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
And now we're at 10-7. Blocked by Rebecca in center. That ball was thrown, blocked by more combination of more blessings and Keisha.
Mhm.
Rebecca dumps it off to the right wing.
High ball. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Come on, y'all. Set it up, ladies.
That player is very highly penalized.
Oh, was this a new player that they put in?
Yes, she also started the game. She committed quite a few penalties then as well.
Okay.
Yatsiri
Yeah.
blocked.
Yeah. Well, at least he's a good block. He's a good penalty taker. She hasn't lost one yet. Okay, Fuego. Why?
That's Ezzy. EZZY.
Who's
The
Ezzy?
right wing.
Oh, hi, Ezzy. Oh, the penalty person?
Yes.
Okay, Ezzy.
Ezzy, you got to stop throwing so many penalties, girl.
Yep, for sure. But at least you're blocking them, so that's you're not letting any in. Well, on that.
When I first started like learning goalball,
Mm-hmm.
I was at a practice in Sacramento, and Joe Hamilton, who was running the practices, he said, "Hey Boyle, anything you think we need to practice?"
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Probably penalty shot defense," and
Yeah.
he said, "No."
No. You said no?
Said nope.
Why?
He said we don't throw penalties. We don't need to practice that.
They got a lot of penalties. Come on, say they did. And they
Well,
didn't know what
that
they were
was
doing.
a team that I coached for many, many years, and sometimes we would, but
Okay. But not
like
really?
not often. We were pretty
Pretty-
low penalty committing team.
Well, Wednesday I went and practiced my high balls because they kept saying fake. That was very close to high ball fake. And I'm like, I'm not having that. So I just kept throwing the ball over and over again until I was not getting close to a high ball. But hopefully that helps. I think it's important to practice everything in go ball, in any sport,
Oh,
no
I
matter
totally agree.
no matter
He
if you
was
use it
just
or not.
he was just trying to make a point that you
Mm.
should be focused on not throwing penalties
Mm.
so much.
That you don't have to
Yeah.
practice. Okay. All right. Final score is it 10-7? 10-7.
You got it. You
Yeah.
hit on the head.
All right. Final score 10-7. It was not Fuego. Better luck next time, ladies.
10-7, not Fuego. You got
All
it.
right, I'm fangirling. I
10-7.
want to meet Shay.
Go down there and introduce yourself. And thank you for joining me up here.
Yeah, anytime.
This was awesome.
Sorry I didn't know anybody.
No, you did great.
Good stuff.
All right. So we are at the 90. We are at the 90-minute mark. And
90-second mark,
92nd, they have called eye shades. The Cobras are going to start with the delay of game penalty, and I'm pretty sure that happened earlier in this. That happened last game too. Both teams started with a delay of game last game. So we have on your left as the viewer the Cobras, and on your right the Manacors. This is a huge matchup. These teams have battled over the years back and forth, with most recently the Cobras really sticking it to the Manacors in Arizona. You remember that, Cusco?
You're talking about this year in March?
Yeah, not
Yeah.
that long ago.
Yeah,
They lost in pool
definitely
play.
Felt they definitely seemed like they were pretty stuck, those Manticores.
Not only that, but the Cobras are coming off winning a national championship, a tournament that the Manacors weren't at. And so, you know, when some of the best teams don't show up to nationals, there's always like asterisks by your championship. Some would argue. I would never be one of those people if you're listening, Daryl.
Yeah, I mean, like you don't get to choose which teams come to a tournament, and if they call the tournament the Nationals, that's the Nationals.
100%.
So you did it.
But it certainly solidified them as potentially being considered the best team in the country by turning around and beating the Manacors twice in Arizona.
Twice in one tournament.
Yeah.
Full strength Manacores. Yeah, it's pretty.
So usually we see the Cobras with Nathan Purcell, Richard Ashu, Daryl Walker. That's usually their starting three. But Daryl's not at this tournament. However, they did get to pick up Callahan Young, who's pretty good at goalball overall. It's a good replacement for Daryl.
Yeah, pretty solid replacement for Daryl. You know, it's interesting because I feel like Daryl really took the leadership position on that team. And I don't know that Callahan's going to feel comfortable doing that. Like, it's not his team. Like, stepping in and taking charge of everything is maybe not the right thing to do. So
yeah, probably isn't. Probably they need
interesting to see if
they need
Richard
Nathan
or Nathan really steps to fill that spot.
Well, it looks like Richard's going to start on the bench, and they're Dylan. I think Pleasance, right, is their last guy on that roster.
Yeah.
I want to make sure it's Pleasance and not Pheasants or something because I always forget. Sorry, Dylan.
Do you think Dylan will start in the middle?
I think Nathan will.
Okay.
That's
fair. All right. The official is announcing the start of the game. And you are correct. Delay of game against the Cobras.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is a referee clinic or not. Is there a clinic happening, or are the referees being evaluated?
I don't know. I have no idea. I didn't ask.
Just sometimes with rules like that, referees will be
lenient.
Yeah, less strict unless they're being evaluated.
Right. You know, in our first game, I talked to the official and I said, hey, one of our players is not here. When he arrives, I'm going to ask him to step onto the bench. And I understand that we'll make a start with a penalty, so we kind of just chose to do that.
But did you start with the penalty, or did they give you the penalty when he arrived?
They called the penalty when he arrived.
Yeah,
it's not really the right call, but maybe the same result.
Josh Wellborn throws the ball out of bounds from center out to his right. Now they will start with the ball. That's certainly not a great way to start the game, by throwing a penalty out of bounds.
Yeah, it's definitely not taking advantage of an opportunity. Not what you want to do. Sometimes, it takes some time to really dial in your accuracy. Hard to start with a penalty shot.
Yeah, so it looks like Nathan's in center, Cal's on left, Dylan's on right. Wellborn has the ball in center. And he rips one. Straight center, hits Nathan. Jordan Main in center, Zach Bueller on right, Josh Wellborn on left for the Manacors. Cobras from right wing. Throws the ball across the face of center, blocked by Adapon Main. Main throws from center. Hits Dylan's corner, blocked out. Callahan waiting up. Oh, problem with the drop in. We fix it. Dylan going to take it again from right wing. Punches down, foot inside the goal. Full cross-court shot, blocked out by Bueller.
I like the coach or whoever's on the bench for Manacor just called a rover. That a player came over during the out-of-bounds drop-in.
It looks like Jordan's dad, Bill Main, is sitting on the bench for the Manacors.
Very
He's
cool.
coaching them this weekend. I was talking to him about it last night, as a matter of fact. Callahan throws a full cross-court shot. Goes out of bounds. Wellborn stepping in from left wing. There's a short cross across the face of Nathan, blocked by Callahan. Callahan from left wing. There's a 3-hop bounce ball, blocked out by Jordan.
Seems like not as much speed on these throws as there could be. Maybe a little bit more choppy action throws being preferred. by the
Yeah.
throwers.
Certainly kind of like a sparring match. They're throwing jabs, like they want to feel each other out. It feels like, they don't want to throw any haymakers at risk of being penalized potentially. Blocked by Jordan, handed off to Zach Bueller. He moves to
Definitely
the
have that feeling of waiting to see who's going to make the first mistake. Kind of a tense feeling.
yeah.
Josh calling for a high ball on that smooth throw.
Yeah. And Wellborn takes the ball from left wing to right wing. Fires at the corner. Callahan blocks the ball out.
Definitely the fastest throw we've seen so far.
Callahan fires back, hits Jordan in center. Jordan throwing from center.
And there's the first mistake.
And he gets Dylan to really commit to his wing early, and that ball scored untouched in the gap, crossing the goal line in the right wing's 3 meters of goal. Full cross-court shot out.
Yeah, there's the rover call again from the bench of the Cobras.
Zach throwing from back center. And that ball scores in basically the same place that Jordan's shot scored, except this time it scored past Dylan's arms.
Okay.
So he was sucked in big time.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so 9:50 to go.
Yeah.
Manacors have fired into pretty quick goals in succession. Cobras took a timeout. That all seems pretty standard by the Cobras. What is, what are they talking about right now, do you think?
Trying to maybe just reset themselves, not get down. Maybe also address the issue over there and make sure that they cannot allow more goals at the same time. And I think the Manacors, those 2 goals allow them to relax a little more and play a little more freely, which probably makes it better. I'll feel better here at the Cobras.
Nathan playing center, but moving to the left wing gap to throw at Zach. He gets on top of that one. He's going to take the ball from right wing. He goes cut gap. Nathan blocks it with his feet, dumps it off to Callahan. Okay, and that's Dylan coming out and Richard coming in. So now Richard will probably be going to center, and Nathan will be going to right wing.
Have you seen any players in this game so far doing angle approaches?
Maybe, but I don't know that it's necessarily intentional. I saw you doing some cool stuff where you were like moving sideways from the front line, releasing near the high ball line on like block sweeps. Yeah, that was pretty fun. We were talking about that a bit during your games. Callahan starting with the ball on left wing. that. That hits Zach sort of in his body and just rolls up and over.
His straight throw is not any slower than his spin.
No, it's not. Josh rips one right down the line, but out at the post. Nathan Purcell on the right wing. Blocked by Maine in center. Maine's going to take it. Throws the same ball that he scored on. Nathan blocks it with his midsection. Hands it off to Callahan at back center. Callahan goes for Zach's corner. Zach hands the ball off to Wellborn. Wellborn throwing from center. And that was right off, tipped up by Richard's feet. Richard playing with his hands to his left. Yeah, it certainly looked like one of those goals that the defending team didn't expect it to be coming so fast. And that happens with Wellborn a lot. That's sort of his secret weapon. It's not that he throws particularly fast. It's that, yeah, it's just very quiet. Callahan with it on left wing. Throws a 2-hop bounce ball blocked by Maine. Maine in back center. He throws a 3-hopper that gets blocked forward by Richard. Pass back to Nathan. He has to throw it under duress a bit. That was a full cross-court shot. Blocked out.
Wing line, Nate. Yep.
It looks like Wellborn did move over to take it. Now he's throwing from center. Rips a long ball.
Way to crush that, Rich. At least you're not wrong.
Absolutely. And this, seems like the ball's getting wet, the floor is getting wet. That thing's going to be taken off. Wellborn blocks it up and over the goal. The ball hit him in his midsection, and then yep.
Great job getting himself on it.
Nathan with the ball moving across center. Throws a shot across the face. Jordan Maine throwing from the left wing. There's a 3-hop bounce ball blocked out by Callahan.
Great job, that's different. Hey, we need to hit a gator zone. Bring the separation.
Center to step aside.
But throws from his sideline. Full cross court, out of bounds near the front line.
I got another road called
Wellborn keeping the ball on left. Post and on the goal line, and Nathan's so aware, able to stay calm, doesn't panic and knock the ball in. Just turns around and puts his hand on top of it.
No reason to rush that. That line did what we said. It's not like a goal. Don't rip it away fast.
But that was a heck of a shot by Wellborn down the line.
Just driving in for the 3.
Hand off and back center. Bueller throwing from right wing. Gets Richard.
Rip out, baby. Yep.
Callahan throwing. 2-hop bounce ball. Jordan picks it out of the air.
Takes a lot of patience to wait for that to get you.
That was thrown. Jordan hit Nathan, blocked out. Purcell. Throws a choppy ball.
That's me too, right there. That quick return.
Hey, Grace, that was great, dude.
Coming down here to the Manacor. Will they cross over center on this throw?
All right, we're in the second quarter now, everyone. 5:52 to go. 3-1. Manacors are leading. Bueller gonna throw from left wing. Make his way back over to right. Blocked by Richard. Ashu. Pass to Callahan. Callahan throws a ball that hit Wellborn right in his waist. Skyrocketed up into the goal.
Just a little bit lazy, no top line, no elevation.
A little skinny, yeah.
You either gotta get up,
Little
catch that up in
lean,
the air, or you gotta have that top line.
leaned a little forward.
Good defense, guys.
There's also a tempo change. They have been really taking their time over there, Cobras, and that ball.
Back to the secondary.
Wellborn on a quick pitch. Strong feet by Purcell in the gap.
He put that ball down really well. Hit the tape quick on the front line.
7-8.
Just quick returns back and forth between Wellborn and Nathan, but gonna let Richard take a rep here. He's firing at Wellborn's corner.
Rover played great.
Is it all three of them over here?
Yeah, all three of them are on one side. It's like the triple option, you know? Even more than two, though. Zach Bueller takes the ball from left wing to right. Throws across the face of Richard, blocked by Purcell.
Thank you, sir.
Recovered by Richard and passed to Callahan. Throws a bounce ball that Jordan blocks in center.
He's really good at really containing those up in the air.
Ball is blocked by Purcell. Retrieves his own rebound. Backs up to the goal. Throws. Popped up by Jordan. Kept it in front of him. Handed off to Bueller, who starts out of bounds. Goes to cut get shot. Callahan's return blocked out by Jordan.
Will they cross over?
Yeah. Wellborn went and got the ball, bringing it back to his spot. Identified the motion. He hit Richard in his armpits. Has to run, chase that ball down though. He's going to get rid of it. Wasted possession for the Cobras.
Hey, it wasn't a high ball. We'll take it.
Hey, Cusco. Denzel says that he's your number one fan. Thank you for the inspiration. And you're the reason that he started throwing bouncers.
Hopefully I can see it.
Well,
Not in Jersey, down in Nashville.
Wellborn just threw that ball so freaking hard. It looked like he was just going to throw it through their limbs, but somehow the Cobras defense stayed strong with their extremities. Callahan hitting Zach in the torso.
That was really a rocket.
Zach, 3-hop bounce ball, blocked out by Cal.
That was really nice. Really nice top spin.
That's it. What? That's it.
Hand off at back center. Purcell from right. Hits Wellborn. Stands up slowly. Starts from his corner post. Hits the center in the center.
There's a lot of talking on defense in this game than in the first game return.
And, that may have to do with the sort of tenseness in the air that still hasn't really gone away because this game has stayed close. 2:35 to go in this half. 3-2. Manacor's leading the Cobras. Certainly, this has to be the biggest rivalry in domestic goalball right now.
Should be the current greatest rivalry.
Oh, there was on You okay, right?
Yeah, wiping for wet floor right now.
Oh no. You taking that Willow Smith song with my face?
They are doing, I say check, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sure.
Trying to eat a little bit
Hey, do you ready?
without anybody knowing.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Wellborn starting on left wing. There's a full cross court shot. Hits Callahan's hands, post, and out. Callahan's going right off the whistle here. Right down the line. Gets Bueller in his corner. 3-3.
Oh, it's in the net. What do you think? Unsporting conduct?
Well, that was the crowd. That was,
Not unsporting conduct?
yeah. That was the Texas guys sitting on some bleachers behind the Cobras bench. Purcell throws from the wing. Hits Jordan in center.
It's a tie game now.
Now, last night, I told Bill and the Manacors that if they want to win this tournament, they need to put Wellborn in center. And that doesn't mean that Wellborn's a better center than Jordan. It's not what that means. It just means that's how they're going to win. They agreed to disagree with me, so we'll see. Wellborn's committed another penalty here. That's certainly not going to help.
But definitely cleared the middle portion of the court.
Purcell throwing from right wing. Goal.
Manacor's second wasn't called for a high ball. It just sounded like it.
And we get our ball back. You got this, Nate.
Manacor's not happy with the lack of a high ball call.
They're still talking about it.
Hey, this ball right here.
They
Okay.
Jordan's hanging out at back center. So I think the Manacor's feeling a little bit frustrated right now. But guess what? If you didn't commit a penalty, then none of that would have happened. So bounce ball, full cross thrown by Bueller, blocked by Purcell. Purcell on right wing. Hits Jordan in center. Jordan from back center. Blocked by Rich. Dumped to Cal. Callahan cut catch shot. Looks like it's going to be blocked ball over by Zach.
1 minute, 10 seconds remaining.
Purcell takes the ball from right wing. Moves around his center. Throwing from left wing. Gets Main in center.
I can hear Nathan's moving. I can hear the It makes me wonder if he's doing it on purpose.
Callahan throwing from his sideline, blocked by Jordan. Zach Bueller hits Richard, and it was just a crazy, unlucky roll where Richard had it blocked in front of him, started to sit up. It had topspin on it, and it like rolled up his belly and over his shoulder, and then down his back like going down a wheelchair ramp or something, and into the goal.
It's too bad that Nathan and Callahan weren't there ready for it.
Now it's another shot down the line, post and out. And you know what? It sounds cool to hit the post. It sounds cool to scream after you do it, but Nathan's over there just chilling, thinking, I haven't been scored on in the corner yet. No matter how excited they've gotten, I have not been scored on.
tie game. We're almost at overtime.
12 seconds to go in this half. Wellborn from the left. Goes full cross-court shot. Blocked by Cal.
A lot of power.
Timeout. This is going to be interesting. Will anybody touch their shades? They called the timeout first. Yeah. There were.
He caught it like a couple seconds ago.
Yeah, I do agree with
All right, I
them
think we
saying
got
that
one
he
good
called
shot.
the timeout a couple seconds ago.
What's your shot? Manacor. Not Manacor. They Cobras had possession of the coach 7 weeks timeout. What? 2 seconds later, they got called one timeout.
Yeah, and I think that technically, well, the referee can just say what, the referee can decide to award you the timeout when you called it,
Right.
or they can decide I'm awarding you the timeout when I blew the whistle.
Right.
Because in the rule book, it says that a timeout begins when the referee blows their whistle and announces timeout, like team whatever, right?
It's really up to them. So, how much time did they put up on the clock?
They put exactly 2 seconds. I think it's fine. Why not?
How about when the referee blew the whistle?
And that was thrown by Callahan, blocked by Jordan. Going into halftime now. So
Definitely a throw that, had it gone in the goal, I think should have counted, even though maybe the buzzer went off before it would have crossed the plane.
Announce
It
yourself.
could have been a pretty clear, like, well, they weren't going to block that, so, but he did. Well-timed throw for Callahan there, able to get that ball off. Scoreable, didn't throw it out, didn't get called for a penalty, and it could have scored because it was hard enough. Definitely a good job by him, and a great job by Jordan Main to shut it down. So 5-minute halftime here. What do these players do with their 5 minutes? Because I noticed that a lot of players have been kind of doing what they always do, which is get to the other end, get a drink of water, get on the court for the eye shade check. And you have 2 more minutes. And so far I haven't felt a lot of people taking advantage of that.
friggin' nobody knows what to do, dude. Nobody knows what to do. Everybody's just sitting around being like, yeah, we are so conditioned.
To rush.
Yeah, that nobody knows what to do.
I've really enjoyed just get to the other side and sit down. That's my goal. My goal is to get to the other side of the court and sit down. When I have a coach, I don't worry about anything of my things. My goal is just get to the other end of this court and sit on the bench and just chill. Let my heart rate come down, take some deep breaths, think about the things that were good, think about the things that were bad, and just relax. We didn't used to have time to do that, and it's a real game changer.
You're starting to get me thinking now. I think we should get rid of halftime.
Do we switch ends still in some way?
Good question.
In hockey, they switch ends, but the bench doesn't change.
That would be really awesome.
You're just at the other team's bench.
Just while you're allowed to talk, you're just telling them stuff.
From the
Just-
other end.
It's be like chattering,
Yeah.
the batter in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, that would become a really fun sport to watch.
That would be really entertaining. I mean, if there's no end advantage, then switching ends is not a big deal. I think at this venue there doesn't really seem to be too much of an end advantage, and maybe some people would disagree, especially if it's getting loud in the hallway. But
In the 2 Paralympics that you've gone to, did you find there to be an end advantage at those games?
no, absolutely not.
It's kind of impossible when they square off so much area for a field of play, right?
Yeah. World Championship, same thing. Para Pan Am Games, same thing. There's no end advantage. So it's really when you're playing in a smaller venue or the field of play is smaller, like you mentioned, that there's an end advantage. And it's honestly hard to tell who gets the advantage. I actually find that playing on the louder side, I actually like that better because it covers offensive deceptions better. It is harder to hear overall because you're in the noisy end of the room, but it's easier to hear what's going on at the other end of the court, and they can't hear what you're doing because it's loud where you are. So I tend to like to play in the loud, but maybe that's a noise advantage in a different way than people expect, but still a noise advantage.
Do you have any games scheduled in that second gym?
We don't. I enjoyed the time that I played in the other gym. We had a practice there when I came to coach youth nationals here 2 years ago, and it was really awesome playing in there. It's fast, it's small, it's loud, but it's not in the cards for this year for the Omega. Do we know the score of that Johns game? I think maybe it was at 4 o'clock.
I think it's been moved because of their travel delays.
Okay. I don't even remember who they were playing against.
They're playing ECA.
ECA,
who I think also had travel delays.
Also had travel days. Okay.
I'm not sure though.
And we faced the same thing. Jefferson arrived about 4 minutes into our game.
Oh yeah, getting back to that, I actually said I was going to talk about how they did that wrong at some point.
Yeah.
During the broadcast, but
they definitely should have called the penalty at the start of the game.
yeah.
Now
Because
the real question just is,
do they call it again
when he enters? That's also not allowed, right? You can't enter it. You could enter at halftime.
Yeah, I think he could enter at halftime because he's on the score sheet.
Yeah, but
I
we
think
still
you
get the
get
penalty at the start of the game.
Yeah, that's what I think should have
So
happened.
I think that we should have maybe gone into some sort of penalty by him entering the bench, or he just shouldn't have been allowed to until halftime.
I think that's what would happen.
Yeah,
It would
okay.
just be like, you literally can't play, dude.
Yeah.
You're not on the sheet.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was thinking. I was
That's
thinking,
the correct
they
call.
didn't put him on the sheet.
Yeah.
But then I thought, he probably just talked to them and they had like you told me. You ended up telling me, yeah, you told the refs he was coming.
Yep.
They would just take the penalty so that he would get some playing time.
Yeah. I mean, I think in the end, he didn't play in the first half. He didn't do any coaching from the bench in the first half. In the end, it's the same result. He just got the opportunity to get settled in a bench and get his eye patches on and his jersey on and be ready. So in the end, same result, but maybe not handled perfectly.
Yeah.
So
there's nothing I like more than pointing out goalball referees' mistakes who are volunteers and probably have read the rule book about 1/20th of the amount of times that I have. I like to try to point out every
nitpicking, right?
tiny
Nitpicking.
little
Yeah.
mistake there.
What's the score right now? Are we tied? No,
Yeah, we're tied 4-4.
We are tied. Okay. Okay. The Kings. The King Cobras. Also known as the Kings now. A noisy out. I like that. Very smacky. Interesting.
Jordan throws from left wing.
And that left row from the left side it sounds awesome. Hearing it kind of cut in.
Throwing back, hits Josh from center. Josh.
Why'd you say it?
Is Nathan throwing left-handed?
Throwing
That's what I thought.
I know, but not before the whistle. What the fuck? It's not even started. What the fuck?
Would this be Josh's third throwing penalty?
I believe so. Josh's
Someone's got to be there. That was the comment there.
Josh,
Come on, big
hit,
dog.
or hit Darryl Walker. Use him shot.
Or a shot down the line, he would also do that.
Jack Bueller. On a bounce ball, cross court, blocked out for the first time.
Definitely a lot of really good bounce ball block discipline in this game. So a lot of opportunity to practice that bounce ball block discipline.
This one from center.
Callahan was down, just not blocking the corner.
Shot blocked just by his toes.
Josh a little fired up.
They're talking about the goalball really tight. Sportsmanlike conduct.
The unsporting ball is definitely being called much more tightly.
Well, it's Richard. Actually had a really nice block. Callahan. Plucked it out of the air.
This is soft.
Okay. Good to
That
know.
block. Across the face, block with Versills to Rich, and then out the one step throw.
This is
Blocked
a
by Welcome.
very quality goal ball here. Good, smart throws, scoreable throws, not being thrown out of bounds, and a lot of really good extremity defense.
Yeah, I have noticed that.
Yeah.
It seems like they're honestly all related. It seems like people have been making some pretty solid.
Okay. I'm clear.
Okay. I gotta say, that first game was 16-9, maybe 16-8. I can never look at a game with that many goals and be satisfied with anything defensively. maybe there were some good extremity blocks. Just also a lot of untouched goals.
Stay there. How you?
Jordan blocks out. Across the body of Rich. He does it. Too high.
That's what you do for me. That's what you do.
It's Jordan's
Did that one touch Richard?
Hey, so we need it. Are we need it? Yeah. Or am I? You guys can't hear me? I'll keep talking. Yeah, they're just saying cannot hear y'all and can't hear Matt.
Well, that's too bad. Matt's doing a great job calling this game. Saying great things.
All right, 9:09 left, 5-4. Manacor's leading. 3 minutes gone in this half.
That
Zach
ball,
Bueller, full cross court shot blocked by Nathan.
you can hear the top spin on that ball when it comes off the player. It's great.
It's a good shot down the line by Nathan, blocked by Jordan. Jordan thrown from the end of his wing line. Lefty, cut gap shot. And
Wow.
off of Nathan's feet.
That's such a great classic
Cool.
throw.
A classic left-handed from left wing cut gap, right?
God. It's like, oh, man. This is one of those throws you just like fundamental.
Callahan throwing from his sideline across the face and blocked by Wellborn.
Why do you think Wellborn yells CC there?
Not sure. Bueller from right wing. Blocked by Nathan. Nathan from right wing. Blocked by Wellborn in center. Oh.
Not feeling the speed from Bueller's throw that has been there in the past, but the top spin on these three hoppers is really exceptional.
Callahan loading up from left wing, going down Bueller's line. That's sort of like the standard strategy against the Manacors. I think everybody just tries to throw down Zach's line or in Zach's corner. Hand off at back center. Jordan throwing from center. Three hopper hits Nathan.
Do you think that that's a valid strategy? Do you think that's the way to go, or do you sense something maybe a better option?
Well, I think that the games that the Manacors have lost, as Jordan throws that one down the line, but just out. The games that the Manacors have lost as of recent between the Arizona tournament, but also when they were up at the Grand Slam in Vancouver, it definitely seems like in their losses, Zach's corner is getting blown up.
Okay. I mean, then I would say,
But not
evidence
always.
points
Just
toward that
sometimes.
being a strategy that works. Maybe not the
But-
best strategy, but
But also, like, it's possible that everybody tries to do it every time they play, and the Manacors win almost every game they play. So maybe
Alright.
it's not necessarily
yeah,
Jordan
that's
throwing
fair.
from right wing. Another cut gap angle. Oh, man, he almost squeaked it by.
It was just a little slower than expected, I think.
Yeah, that was a cross Josh's body. Blocks it. Passes back to Zach. Zach from his sideline. Cut gap shot blocked by Rich.
And that was a much harder throw, a very different throw. It wasn't that 3-hop top spin. Much more like an undercut 2-hop low to the ground.
Wellborn thrown out of center. Slightly up to the right. Callahan's
Ooh.
corner. Again, untouched.
So we've got 2 of those and that nice lefty cut gap shot from Jordan, and this
Yeah.
game kind of opened up.
Yeah, now 7-4. We're approaching the fourth quarter. Oh, and Callahan throws a bounce ball that goes untouched between Wellborn and Zach. If I
Yeah.
was coaching that team, I'd say it was Wellborn's fault,
Okay.
personally.
It seemed pretty low at that front line.
It's like, honestly, it looked like both of their feet, like, were where the ball was, but somehow
It
it
just
like
didn't
Swiss
get
cheesed
through.
all of them, like
Yeah.
bounced like
Yeah.
under
Josh
Josh's and then like over
Zach.
Zach's. Yeah.
That's probably exactly what happened. So now
Zach from right wing.
2 goals separating these teams. Nice little bop.
And this is pretty classic, like, matchup between these two teams. Even the amount of goals scored is typically around this amount, 7, 8, something
Right.
like that.
That's fair.
Nathan's bounce ball blocked by Jordan.
He really runs forward for that throw. It's a lot of steps. Was that
And the
Jordan on
Manacor's
there?
defense has actually been pretty good. I mean, they have committed 3 penalties.
Josh called for 3.
Oh, but he only was scored on once, huh?
Only scored on once.
Okay, maybe their defense hasn't been so great.
And the
4 goals is pretty good.
Manacors had that delay of game penalty start the game, but nothing else, I think.
Oh, they got scored on that one too, huh?
That one was thrown out.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So
5:34 to go, 2-goal game. Jordan taking the ball from left wing. Cut gap. Gets Rich's feet.
one was not as fast as the one
Giving
that
to Cal.
scored a few minutes ago.
2-hopper. Stopped by Wellborn. Wellborn moving to the side. Goes reverse cut against Nathan. He handled that. Nathan from right wing. Hits Wellborn in center. Jordan from his gap. Hits Nathan.
Hand off to
Nathan
Callahan.
hand off to Cal. Cal throwing from right wing though. Gets Bueller. Tipped up off of his feet and up into the goal.
Yeah.
7-6, 4:47.
Do you think that the Manacors read that as Callahan having it in any way?
No.
Didn't even notice he had it? Because I can't see the court. I'm listening just the same way I would be as if I was patched in and blindfolded, and I knew for sure he had it. I probably would have assumed he was going to take it back home, and I would have probably played it neutral with an expectation of it coming from my right. And that would have maybe made that throw less effective.
Zach seemed to be there. I think it's one weakness that he does have that is just he lets his top foot come down a little bit in front of his bottom foot. So balls can really ramp up pretty easily if they have any amount of height and they make contact in that situation. Bueller from right wing. 3 hopper. Nathan keeps in front of him.
So 1 goal game. How many minutes left?
4:34. Wellborn gets it, takes it back to the left side, throws at Cal. Cal, thrown from the wing, hits Wellborn in center.
I think we've not seen a on the floor pass in the Manticores this game.
Cut gap shot, left-handed. He got it again. He freaking got it again.
So he's thrown it 3 times in this half that we've noted, and 2 of those 3 were successful.
Nathan hits Josh in center. Zach from right wing.
Very splatty. I liked it. Very acoustically pleasing throw.
Nathan from right wing. Jordan from left wing. Nathan's cheating in now. Now Wellborn needs to go over there and throw down the
Down
line.
that line like he did in the first half.
Yeah. And that would be the whole purpose of having him in center, so he could very easily do something like that.
Yeah, totally unexpected.
They think Jordan's going to throw another cut gap shot.
Right.
Wellborn stepping to the left side of center to throw. Hits Richard's hands. 3:16 to go. Clear water for
Boston.
the Manacors.
3:16. It's interesting. Josh is commenting on the sound of the ball right now. I wonder if it's a moisture thing that he's hearing.
Bueller throws a 2-hop bounce ball. Pinned down by Ashu's top arm in center. Handed to Purcell. Purcell throwing from right wing. Full cross court underneath Zach's armpit, post, and out.
The floor is definitely wet. I would imagine the ball's wet too. You can hear it in the shoes.
Wellborn moved into center to throw that. He needs to move all the way back over to left wing. He hasn't really done that, but Jordan's so quick last second with his hands to block that up.
He really does such a great job of waiting until the ball's there for him to make the attack move. I don't know what he does in the positioning stage of the block, but
He almost got that freaking one through again.
that cut gap almost sneaks through again.
Yeah.
Say it with your chest. All right.
Jordan from left wing. Down the line that time. Nathan got it.
Yeah, it's got to be the heat that Josh can bring, maybe. It is. You feel this like menace, this threat from over there on the left wing. If you're kind of Nathan and Richard, and it's real interesting. Not only the feeling that Jordan evokes in people, you know.
Yeah, Jordan is being the left wing scoring threat for the Manacors.
150, is that?
Yep, 150 left. 8-6 still. Wellborn throwing from center. Hits Richard. Popped up but kept in front of him. Nathan.
Yeah, Richard just called for them to be quick. With less than 2 minutes left down by 2 goals, there should be a little bit of a sense of you don't really want to waste time.
Probably want to start making subs and timeouts now, though, just to
Absolutely.
create stoppages.
Yeah. Absolutely. Callahan should definitely go over and get this ball.
And what do you know? A timeout
I don't-
King Cobras.
I actually don't think I like that timeout.
I don't like the timeout on that exact possession because you already had a
You had a
small
huge stoppage, yeah.
Well, I would say relative to a timeout, a small stoppage, but you had an in-game stoppage.
Yeah,
Maybe wait for a situation where
you're not going to get
you're
that.
going to save a short shot clock,
Right.
Because somebody blocks it and
Has to
didn't
go
grab it
forward.
quickly enough or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, I like Callahan coming over on that one and probably doing the same thing he did last time and throwing from that side.
Yeah. Yeah, I
It
do
worked.
like that
It
too.
worked. It keeps the shot clock low. I did not keep good track. They certainly have not called a substitution in this half, so they have 3 of those. Maybe they only have 2 timeouts left. That feels right to me. One in the first half, and then this one.
Yeah, I think I would. I think I would start calling subs here.
Absolutely.
Because he for sure has 3. He has 3 subs.
3
for sure.
subs, at least 1 timeout.
There's only 1:20 left. There's not going to be enough time on the clock for him to use them all.
Right.
If he doesn't use them literally starting out.
Yep.
Callahan takes it back to left. Wellborn blocks it. Takes it to the left side of center. Hits Rich.
I mean, you obviously want quality throws here, but taking a little too long.
You also just got to, I mean, you got to make them sweat through some timeouts and some stoppages
absolutely.
and stuff like that. You got to put the defense on ice a little.
And increase that anxiety.
And the Manacors call a timeout. We'll show you.
You know, after that last goofy stoppage, and you have the ball in your hands during this timeout, it does feel a lot different when you call a timeout with possession.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Interesting. I wonder why he just called that timeout.
just take a breath, maybe. You know, two goofy mistakes. So this is a tie game. So just let's take a minute here. What's on the clock?
38 seconds.
Yeah. Well, now it's. I guess I won't say impossible for them to use 3 substitutions in a timeout, but
It is
it
impossible.
would be incredibly unlikely.
Jordan hits Nathan, and they're going to use a timeout here.
Yeah. Maybe their last one. Maybe they have one more. 30 on the clock.
33
All
seconds.
right. 2-goal game. We don't expect a change in the outcome. There could be a goal. Either way.
I don't expect there to be 2 goals scored by the Cobras.
Yeah.
It
That
doesn't
would be
It
unexpected.
just doesn't feel like it's happening.
Right.
You know, I think the Manacors win this round of this battle back
Right.
and forth between these teams
Yeah.
this year.
And then Johns and ECA rounds out that pool, and that's the other game that's happening this evening. So maybe that kind of, feel like maybe that determines the pool on the first day.
And that ball was blocked by Wellborn in center. Finds his left stanchion. Goes gap to gap.
Wellborn called for his 4th throwing penalty of the game. Right now he has blocked 1 out of 3. No, excuse me, they've scored on 1 out of 3. He's blocked 2 out of 3. How will his penalty shot go?
Purcell. Find it back center. Wellborn gets a leg on it, and it scores.
2 for 4. So this is a 1-goal game. And there are 14. Is that what I heard?
20 seconds left.
20 on the clock. Okay. 1-goal game, 20 seconds.
Man, Wellborn blocked that with his shins, and it just rocketed into the goal. He couldn't have made better contact with it. He was already down on his hip and everything.
Just an angle thing.
Callahan throwing from left. There's a 2-hop bounce ball. Wellborn's feet. And that should do it.
All right. They hold on. Is that 7-6 final
That is
score?
an 8-7 final.
8-7 Manacor over King Cobras. We don't know about the Johns ECA score.
Yeah, we don't. I don't have any info about what's going on in the other gym.
Okay. We've also got the Rattlesnakes are supposed to play New York this evening. Is that in here?
That's the next and final game.
in here.
Yes, and
Okay.
it's in about 5
In
minutes.
5 minutes, yeah. Alex? Did Alex bring food?
No. All right, 45 seconds away from our last game of the day here. Thank you, Jeffrey Palas. His name in the chat says Jeffrey. Thank you, Jefferson. I'm being corrected by Cusco. 7-4 final. BSO over ECA. So it looks like BSO. That's this pool you said?
Mm-hmm. No,
No, it's the other
that's
pool.
the other one.
The other
Yep.
pool.
Cobras with
Okay, so Cobras, Manacors, Johns, and ECA. And
How you doing?
the Johns are
Nice to see you. Good coaching.
in a position now
Do
where
you want to talk while I'm eating? Sure.
possibly headed to the playoffs. That's a big win to get against ECA. So ECA is an uphill battle to climb. Well, hello there, Coach.
Well, that was certainly interesting.
Another one.
Starting with another delay of game penalty, probably for not being.
Hey!
So
Who declined who?
the penalties were for delay of game not being on the court for an eye shade check at 90 seconds. Both teams got them. Both teams agreed to decline each other's penalties, and so now we're starting the game tied. We started the women's game tied too, except they both accepted the penalties and scored on the goals.
I've noticed that in my experience, at least, that almost every game starts tied. So that's that's fortunate that we have that.
So, did you get a little nervous there in that last game? For everybody listening, and I'm here with Bill Main, father of Adipon Main, center for the Manacors, and he is coaching them in this tournament as well. So he was just on the bench for that last win that they just squeaked out.
I was pretty much an assistant coach to Mark. He did all the coaching, but I learned a lot. It was quite an experience. I'll talk about it a bit more during the game.
So here we have your very own Texas Rattlesnakes, the home team, closing it out tonight. You're going to have Zach Arambula in center with Will Lopez on right wing and Gray Peziaka playing left wing. Peziaka's going to start by throwing a big looping long ball that Jerron Black, who is playing center for the Empire, blocks. On the Empire side, we have Jerron Black in center, Lamar Brown on right wing, and I don't know why New York always does this to me, but he's just on the roster as Puma. So, and Puma on left. Jerron scores on that penalty shot against Gray Peziaka, and 7 seconds in, we're up 1-0 Empire. All right. Will Lopez from the right wing. Throws right down the line and scores on Puma. Get it right back, tied at 1.
Very nice shot, straight down the line.
Will's been looking real solid this season so far. I think he broke through a wall. He's really becoming an all-around good goalball player. Peziaka throwing from left wing. It's J-Ron Black in center. Black from center. To center. Stopped by Arambula. Handed off to Lopez. Lopez from right wing. You could hear that tape scrape on that shot. And if you didn't hear it, I bet it gets called high. That's blocked by Lamar. J-Ron's going to take another rep. Blocked by Arambula in center. Manuel Puma. Thank you, Denzel. Thank you. And that ball gets popped up and rolls on the top crossbar. Drops onto the court. Yeah, that thing was pinned up there. Ends up dropping back onto the court, and the Empire is able to save it and get rid of it. Peziaka rips one. Jerron comes down right on top of. And then throws a ball that looked like it caught Arambula by surprise a little bit. He wasn't fully extended to defend there, and the Empire up 2-1. Lopez throwing from center-ish. Blocked by Black. Manuel Puma from the left, full crossboard. Peziaka throwing from center. Blocked by Lamar. Lamar not able to get all the way around and make a full rotation, so ends up throwing the ball out of bounds immediately.
It's good to see J-Ron here. He had a couple flights delayed and finally made it in today, I think. So glad he's out here on the court.
Yeah, a lot of travel issues for some folks, it seems, but it's good everybody's able to get here, and And we have 2 gyms, and we have some open slots in the scheduling, so it really was able to not impact the tournament. Will throwing from right wing, blocked by Puma, who's coming back quick with it. Not quick enough, though. Those are Rambulas there to protect Lopez. And he hands the ball off to Piziaka. Piziaka on the left. Bounce ball that J-Ron just couldn't seem to get the timing down right on. And he kicks it up into the net. 2-2. J-Ron. There's a ball blocked by Will. Lopez going gap to gap. Good. Oh, man. I was going to say good block by Puma, but as it turns out, he needed a second effort to save that goal and fell just short. So 3-2. Goal Will Lopez. Two hop bounce ball from Brown. And the ball off. Piziaka going after his corner. Isn't able to get it. J-Ron coming over to get the ball from him. J-Ron set up in center. Two hop bounce ball blocked by Piziaka. Piziaka to Rambula. Rambula goes the ball from his corner. Puma attempting now.
Coach, you have the perfect vantage point up here. Was that a long ball at the end of that last one?
My gut told me no. It's hard to see in real time when you're trying to do commentary and other things,
Sure.
channel stuff. But I'll tell you this much. I was questionable. It was questionable enough to me that I actually went back to look to see if I could look on the video and tell, but I couldn't.
Right. It's just we have a unique position directly above that line, looking straight down it. So
Yeah. It was one of those really low to the ground balls, though, so it's like so hard to tell even when it makes contact when you're up here. Piziaka now. He's going to take a shot. Back center. Just out. J-Ron from back center. Really nice shot at Piziaka's corner, so a really nice block by Piziaka. J-Ron from center, blocked out by Lopez.
Yeah, the amount of communication that happens between the coaches and the players is a lot more than I had noticed from afar while watching. And certainly grateful to have Mark down there. But Manacor ate it up. They wanted all the information. They took it, and he was very good at that. So I learned a little bit down there.
Full sweep by Puma going at Piziaka's corner. Yeah, the thing about that is always like depends who your personnel is, because you absolutely can overwhelm people with information depending on who they are and if they're prepared to be able to use it. Will Lopez taking handoffs, taking it to left wing now. Ooh, caught Puma up on his feet almost. And the wings have switched now. Lopez playing left, Piziaka playing right. J-Ron throwing from center.
Bit of a gap there.
Blocked by Texas. And now Piziaka firing one at center. And J-Ron firing one right back. Lopez from left wing. Three hot bounce ball. Gave New York a bit of trouble there. J-Ron throwing at Piziaka's corner, but blocked out by Piziaka. Piziaka walking with it to back center. Spin throw hits Lamar in the chest. Brown spins and throws out of bounds to his left. Piziaka. Two hopper. Blocked by J-Ron. Lamar throwing from right wing out of bounds to the right. Piziaka at back center. This is a very intense game. This has sort of been a very intense, quiet game. But you know what? So was your last game.
No, it was, yeah.
You know,
Very, very good, very tough.
these are matchups of some very competitive goalball players. Quick pitch
This sounds
from
good.
J-Ron.
This sounds good.
Flag. Gets past Arambula. Tied it up 3-3. 5 minutes to go in the first half. Will Lopez from right wing. Throws a cut gap shot. Blocked by Puma. Puma sweeps around Lamar and trips on him almost, but is able to stay on his feet and get the throw off. Piziaka throwing from left wing. Two hot bounce ball. Blocked by J-Ron. Black. Throws one that goes out of bounds immediately. Piziaka from left wing. Rips one down the line. Brown eats it up. Brown cannot get through his rotation and throws out of bounds immediately. Hey, Denzel, you said that Brown's looking old? Well, Brown just said that he's getting old, so there you have it. Piziaka from left wing. Gap to gap. Picked up by Black. And Black backs up to get it off quickly. That type of stuff right there that just happened, that can't be happening for the Empire. Like, this early in a tournament with three guys on their team and J-Ron being responsible for scoring basically all of their goals, he cannot be blocking balls, running up and chasing them down and fetching them, running back and trying to get shots off all the time in their first freaking pool play game. They have to just cool it a little bit. Puma has to throw more. Lamar has to throw more. J-Ron with the block in center. Two hot bounce ball blocked by Arambula. Handed off to Piziaka. Piziaka on right wing. Blocked by Puma. Puma taking a shot down the line on Piziaka. Piziaka. Quick return thrown out right away. Thrown out right away. J-Ron taking the shot from the sideline. That's blocked and recovered by Piziaka. Piziaka. Three hot bounce ball at Puma's corner, but he kicks it out. 3:06 left in the half. Puma from his post. Tries to go down the line, but throws it out. Peziaka on the goal. Bounce ball. Blocked by Lamar. Jaron Black with a goal just past Arambula's arms.
It was very
4-3.
similar to the last goal.
Yes, it was. 2:47 to go. Peziaka from right wing. Throws a ball that's blocked by Puma, recovered by Black. Black hits Peziaka in the stomach. Arambula with it now at back center. Arambula almost gets one on Lamar, who dives too hard into the gap, but just gets a paw on it to knock it out of bounds. Brown throws it out of bounds, too far to his left. Peziaka from right wing, down the line, off of Puma's legs, off of the post. Bounces on the goal line a couple of times before fully crossing it. And it's tied again at 4. Black throws a long ball. Now a huge momentum swing if he gets scored on here. Peziaka lining up on the left. And he scores.
Good show. Good show.
Yeah. Untouched. Black wasn't close. And now timeout New York. 2 minutes to go. It's humid outside and it's ice box inside. Welcome to Austin. All right. They're going to put Lamar in center for these last 2 minutes, and Jaron Black is on the left wing. He throws a ball that hits Gray. Gray's coming back with a quick pitch, and Jaron has the goal ball gods on his side for this game because there was about 1.5 meters area where that quick pitch could have scored, and somehow
He wasn't
it
close
found
to getting down.
somehow it found the right foot of Black and got popped over the net. Will Lopez throwing from left wing. And that was Puma. Hitting Zach in center. And now handed off to Gray, who's on right. Gray throws a slower two-hopper.
That's in. Yeah, I can see that.
And J-Ron's response is to score across the face of Arambula between him and Lopez. 5-5. Peziaka from left wing. Hits Lamar in center. Lamar two-hopper to Peziaka. Peziaka rips one back at J-Ron.
J-Ron can do it again. No.
J-Ron back at Peziaka on left wing. Cross-court shot from Piziaka, blocked by Black. Black throwing. Near side gap shot. Stopped by Arambula. Handed off to Lopez. Lopez goes across Lamar's face and popped into the goal. 6-5 Texas, 26 seconds to go. Piziaka throwing from center. Hit Jaron. Jaron, quick return.
Good block.
Will with a nice defense in his corner. 9 seconds to go in the half. Will throws from the center to the center. And that's half. So 6-5 lead. Texas over the Empire. We'll be back to you in 5 minutes. All right, I'm back, everyone. Sorry. I was trying to go make a coffee during halftime, but I couldn't figure out how, so now I'm just back in coffeeless. Okay, so it's the last game of the day for anybody who might be just joining us. It's the second half of the last game of the day, in fact. It's 6-5 with the Texas Rattlesnakes leading the New York Empire. Texas Rattlesnakes being the home team. This tournament is put on by many, many people, but one of the main components is Will Lopez, who plays for the Texas Rattlesnakes, as well as his teammate, Zach Arambula. I could be wrong, but I think they started Tappy. Did they? Or Rose is nodding yes to me. So, yeah, this is all, not all because of them, but in a big part because of them. And it's an awesome event. But there is such thing as the host curse. You never win your own tournament. Though they did put that to rest last year. However, Arambula didn't get to be part of that because he was injured at the time. It's really good to see him back on the floor now. And he's not at 100%, but he's rehabbing. He's getting better. Peziaka starting now on right wing. That's blocked out by J-Ron. Black from the left. Hits Peziaka. Excuse me. Hits Arambula. Man, under eye shades. Gray and Zach, they look alike. Puma throwing from right. He's got this like angled approach. Takes him cross court naturally. Peziaka. Rips one. Blocked by Brown, who is in center still. And center's a good place for him. Center's a good place for him because his wild shots can maybe stay in bounds from there. Will Lopez bringing the ball from left wing to right wing and then committing a penalty. Empire with an opportunity to tie it up here. And that is a block from Texas. Will play defense up near the high ball line. J-Ron started from his left side of the court and really kind of just threw the ball right at where Will was. Peziaka with it now. He throws out of bounds in an attempt to throw cross court. J-Ron with a hard throw from right wing, circling back around to his spot. Peziaka from the left. Hits Lamar in center. Pass to J-Ron. J-Ron rips it. Blocked by Arambula. Hand it off to Lopez, taking his shot from the right wing. And we're just sort of volleying back and forth here. These two teams playing decent defense, but committing penalties. And right on cue. J-Ron Black defending this penalty thrown by Gray Peziaka. And Gray Peziaka throws the ball immediately out of bounds. It was not close. J-Ron from left. He throws a long ball. And so now we can tell that it's the last game of the day here. This has very much last game of the day vibes now. It wasn't feeling that way in the first half, but this is last game of the day vibes. Arambula taking this shot off of Black's feet. It's gonna make it 7-5 Rattlesnakes. And ball's blocked by Arambula and handed off to Peziaka, who hits Puma. And Puma's returning it. Will Lopez taking the drop in on right wing, back to left wing. Throws that one out. Pretty late in the shot clock there. Peziaka got a little worried. His teammate maybe get a 10-second penalty. J-Ron sweeping around. Going to have to defend the quick pitch, and he does. Very well done. He's going to give a quick pitch back himself. Blocked out of bounds by Peziaka. That's been a wonderful battle to watch. Peziaka hits J-Ron. J-Ron hits Arambula. Arambula stands up to hand the ball back off to Lopez on left. Lopez on left with a untouched, almost a gap-to-gap shot, but angled a little toward the center. I think it sounded weird for Lamar because he didn't fully extend. 8-5 now. Looks like Jerron Black's going to go back into center for the Empire. Peziaka from right wing. Straight down the line. Goal untouched. Lamar's going to call timeout. All right, well, that game went from 6-5 to 9-5 pretty quickly. And with 8:16 left, the Empire's going to need to stop the bleeding, or else they will have no chance at a comeback. Getting a little floor wipe happening. Well, this is nice. They're actually cleaning the floor with some solution and then drying it. That'll help get the oils from everybody's jerseys and stuff off of the floor, make it less slippery. We're starting up. I think there was going to be a floor wipe, but now there's not. And J-Ron ripped that one. It was a really nice block by Arambula. Peziaka throwing from center. Hits Black. Black, quick return. Headed out of bounds, but also blocked out of bounds. Lopez from right wing. And J-Ron's busting his butt. J-Ron's a fighter. J-Ron, he will play himself into the ground. Has huge, huge heart. But sometimes that needs to be contained. If, it might be smarter for him to conserve himself a bit more given the circumstances of his team throughout this tournament and chalk this up as a loss. Focus on winning against one of your next two games and squeaking your way into the quarterfinals. But hey, maybe Brown turns around and shuts me up because he just scored a bounce ball into Gray Pizyaka's quarter. Give them a little bit more life. Kind of crush the momentum the Rattlesnakes were having. Pizyaka was trying to change that, and he almost did. Lamar with a shot that goes out of bounds immediately. Pizyaka from center. Popped up by Puma. Blocked out. So close. J-Ron could have driven a truck through that gap-to-gap shot, but shot was a little too far to the right, and Pizyaka was able to block it with his feet. Now Texas has called a timeout, up 3, just under 7 minutes to go in the game. Pizyaka throwing right off the whistle, something you can do a lot easier with the removal of the word play in the call. J-Ron throwing from center, blocked by Arambula's feet. Pizyaka on left wing. Nice shot across the face. Puma blocks it with his arms, maybe his face a little bit. And he's coming back, throwing down Will's line, who is now on right wing with Pizyaka having moved over to left. Lopez sneaking towards center, releasing from center, firing at the right wing's corner. J-Ron throwing from center to Will Lopez's corner, blocked out. Handoff to Gray Pizyaka. Gray stays on right wing, throws straight down the line. Blocked out again. So close. 6:07 to go. Gray Pizyaka throws from right wing, the corner in front of him. Blocked out by Puma. J-Ron Black with a killer line drive, high bounce ball. It could have easily cleared most players, but Arambula does a great job of getting big and keeping it in front of him. Hands it off to Lopez, who throws it out of bounds. Will Lopez throwing from left wing. Too hot bounce ball, out of bounds. J-Ron Black. Fires one that hits Arambula in the chest, gets blocked out. Going to get dropped into Piziaka on right wing. Piziaka down the line again. Another untouched goal in the corner down the line from Piziaka. He's hit a few of those today. J-Ron Black starts his throw out of bounds. Piziaka on the left wing. Blocked out. Piziaka throwing from center. Hits J-Ron, who's on left now. Puma has moved into center. J-Ron, he's going to keep quick pitching. He's going to keep fighting. He's going to keep just going balls to the wall. But maybe a slower, more methodical approach might be the answer. Lamar's just throwing the ball out of bounds. I mean, somebody needs to have a talking with that guy after the game. Piziaka from left wing. Rips it. Cut gap right over Lamar's legs. And at the rate this game's going, I think we're probably looking at a Texas win. 11-6 with 4:40 to go, but all the momentum with the Rattlesnakes right now. Arambula. Puma. Back at Arambula. Handoff to Piziaka. That was across the court shot. Blocked by Black as the offside wing. Throws the same one back to Piziaka. Piziaka, same one back to Jerome, but he got him quick and he caught him on his feet. And I'll tell you what. Some words being exchanged, friendly banter. I was going to say tonight, Gray's getting the better of Jerron, but it's gone back and forth their whole careers. Puma thrown from center. Blocked by Arambula. Really nice shot at Lamar's corner, but he was there. .330 to go. Scores 12-6. Warning from the referee for the teams and spectators to watch their language. Not surprising with the eclectic cast of characters that are in attendance. It's all in good fun, but it's a good reminder. Piziaka from left wing. Another hard cut gap shot. Ball over caused.
What do you think about that language warning there? Probably warranted.
I was just mentioning that. Welcome back, Cusco.
That was an incredible scoop ball. Was that Pajaka?
It was. I didn't even think it was a scoop ball. I just thought it was a long ball and probably a wet ball.
The ball, the way that yeah.
And that
guess
I
it
just
could
want to
be
say
wet.
for the record, that is not to imply that the players are intentionally getting the ball wet to
ball
throw
is
it.
just wet.
Yes. So Pajaka defending.
Or not.
And charges toward the throw. Isn't able to make his body long enough to really cover much ground. And
What was that score?
Jerron Black scores a penalty shot on Great Pajaka, and it's 12-7.
12-7, okay.
J-Ron.
Oh, he's throwing heat.
Yeah, he's been actually everybody's been throwing good this game pretty much.
Yeah,
Will
nice.
Lopez.
That was really nice.
Yeah, that's an untouched cut gap shot.
He definitely did some sort of an angle on the release. His steps and his angle of his throw are different, for sure. So I don't know if he did like an out and in on that one or just ran up the sideline.
It is only May, but I can confidently give Will Lopez the most improved player between last season and this season already.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Nobody has made as noticeable of projects of progress.
That's cool. Did you hear the score from the Johns game, the Johns ECA? Did that make it? Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Okay.
I heard that the Johns won 7-4.
I heard the same. There's a ladies game happening over there right now.
Do you know what's going on?
I do not. Did not get a score. I went in, but
are they streaming in the?
And I'm unaware.
I heard that potentially they may stream on Facebook.
So potentially a stream in the other gym on Facebook.
I'm gonna get that answer for us in a minute or two. Rose is looking for us.
Who was the sub there?
The sub there was they took out a Rambula and they put in their looks like a young guy or maybe even a pool player. It's Chewy. Chewy, and he's here from Texas, Rose. Is he from Texas? Yeah. So that.
Okay, we hear Chewy is originally from Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico.
Pejaka, full cross. And Lamar gets a goal near Chewy. Scored in that center 3 meters.
8-13.
Mm-hmm. Quick return from Strong goes out of bounds immediately.
And what's our time check?
1:55.
All right. We should be seeing some more timeouts and substitutions here if there's a hope. I don't know if they're really feeling that hope with that 8-13 difference.
Yeah, I think that they've
goals.
already expended enough energy in this game. They're a 3-man team.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they win one game so that they can make the quarterfinals and then worry about from there.
Yeah.
I was mentioning that earlier in the broadcast. Lamar from left, throwing full cross court. Goals out at the goalpost.
How is Puma done over in New York?
Actually, he would be another contender for most improved player.
Yeah.
He's gotten a lot better.
Absolutely. And do they have Alvin on their bench right now?
No, they don't have anyone there.
So he's
he
also
must be
coaching the ladies.
He must be coaching the women, yeah. Yeah, they had to move some games.
Reorder some games.
Yeah. But
Lamar sounds very wet, the floor near him. Even on defense, I'm hearing the squeak,
Here comes Puma, thrown from right wing, blocked by Chewy in center. Under a minute to go. Will throws that one out of bounds almost immediately. I feel like I've said this sentence, throws out of bounds immediately, way too many times in this game. There have been so many balls thrown out immediately. And Will just waiting, hoping that will cross half court before the 10-second penalty.
8.5. I think about 8.5 on that 10.
I felt like at the speed at which it was traveling, I wasn't nervous.
Right. But 8.5 doesn't make me nervous. I think it must be hilarious to just watch the ball slowly roll to a line that once it crosses, there's going to be a whistle. I think that's what a funny thing. It's like icing in hockey. Everyone in the stadium is just watching the puck. Oh, once it crosses that red line there. Well,
Chewy going to take a throw.
That's how it is in the college hockey.
14 seconds to go.
Okay. Seems like I missed the meat and potatoes of this game. I kind of left when it was 2-2 and came in was a 5-goal separation.
Yeah, it was 6-5 at half.
Okay. Wow. That third quarter was really the meat of the game.
It was, and it became 9-5.
Wow.
And then it was almost out of hand.
And would you say there was any one thing during that quarter that was New York's kind of demise, or was it more of just kind of a little bit of everything?
I think they got grinded down. The 3-man team, they rely a ton on Giron to score.
Okay.
So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Rattlesnakes really played well on their defense. I mean, you really don't want to look at a team that allowed 8 goals in a game of goalball and say they played well. It doesn't feel right to me. But
Josh Schwartz answers your question. He said the one thing about the game is that it was New York. That was the one thing.
I don't know. I mean, sometimes they can have a really strong third quarter. So, you never know. I guess that's New York. You never know.
That is true. You do never know.
I guess the Rattlesnakes have become a little bit more consistent.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get shut down here. Join us tomorrow. We're getting fired up at 8:30 Central. We'll be going till, I think,
6:30 is the last
7:30.
So
yeah,
7:30 Central again.
We're not playing semis tomorrow.
Quarterfinal.
Yeah. So we're come and join us tomorrow for the rest of pool play, and then the quarterfinals in the evening. The women's games and the men's games, quarterfinals, will all be here in this gym, streamed. Those will begin at 3:30
p.m.
Central Time. So you guys can figure out your time zone situation and join us at that time if you want to watch the quarterfinals. If you're interested in continuing to watch pool play, we start at 8:30 and we play every hour. So I don't know, how do I sign off? I'm Matt Boyle, and I just talked to you guys for 4 hours. Later.